All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are about to get started here in just a moment. If y'all could wrap up your conversations. Whew. Good afternoon. We will be calling the board meeting to order in a moment. SPS TV will begin broadcasting. For those joining by phone, please remain muted until we reach the testimony period and your name is called. Okay. This is President Hersey. I am now calling the December 14th, 2022 regular board meeting to order at 4:17 p.m. This meeting is being recorded. We would like to acknowledge that we are on the ancestral lands and traditional territories of the Puget Sound Coast Salish people. Ms. Wilson-Jones, the roll call, please.
Director Crone-Barone.
Present.
Director Song-Moritz. Director Rivera-Smith.
Present.
Director Sarju.
Present.
Director Harris. Director Rankin.
Here.
Vice President Hampson.
Here.
And President Hersey.
All right, I will now hand it over to Superintendent Jones for his comments.
Good evening, board members, President Hersey, and public. This is the last meeting of 2022 before winter break. And as I reflect on the year, I'm very proud and excited and grateful for the exceptional work of our educators and staff. It's been tremendous. And at the same time, I'm troubled. I'm troubled by the challenges that have been posed by community violence, particularly at Ingram and Rainier Beach. Today, our Rainier Beach community is dealing with a threat, and as we speak, my team and I are taking precautions to make the best safety choices for our students and staff. We know there are no easy solutions, but we have to stay diligent in our efforts to keep schools safe and open for students to actually learn. Daily, we're working on ways to mitigate harm from our students and staff, but this is a challenge that we have. I know that this time of the year, over the last several years, we've seen some challenges, but this feels unprecedented, and we must come together. I want to give kudos to the City of Seattle, Seattle SPD, for working with us and trying to be solution-oriented. But again, there are no easy solutions. So with that said, in an awkward transition here, but we do have something to celebrate from our board. And our board was honored last week with the National School Board Association's Council of Urban Boards of Education School Board of Excellence, a national award, and you can see that award right here. And President Hersey was in attendance to accept the award on behalf of the board. And I'm proud that I nominated this board because this board is very deserving by the policy work you do, by your you being champions for the racial equity work that we do, for the social justice work that we do, and being courageous in really pushing for goals that are ambitious and really focused on where needs are greatest. And so we have a brief video to highlight the work that was shown at the ceremony, and I'd like to show that. But here's the award right here, so if you get a chance, come up and take a look at it. Cue the video, please. While we're waiting for the video, I want to ask maybe President Hersey to talk a little bit about what he experienced as he received the award on our behalf.
So, absolutely, as Dr. Jones stated, got to travel to the conference to accept the award, and there was no short of, I would say, probably somewhere between 500, 700, maybe even 850 people in attendance during the ceremony, and got an opportunity to say a few words and reflect on the work that this board particularly has done that you'll see highlighted so eloquently in the video in the moment. And this was on the day before the conference ended, and for the next 24 hours, I felt as though I was a celebrity in this conference. I couldn't go 2 or 3 steps without folks coming up to me and saying what a wonderful job we were doing, how we are setting a standard, how they wish that other districts could be taking part in some of the work that we are doing. And I think particularly for us who are trying to drive the district in the best direction possible, we see a lot of what is not working. And there is a lot of that, don't get me wrong. But when you put it into a national context, Seattle really is leading in many ways, and it is not going unnoticed. And so I just want to be, one of what I think will be many folks to tell you congratulations and thank you for all the work that y'all have been putting up here for free, away from your families. And while it might not necessarily seem like you're making big strides and moves individually from your personal perspectives, the rest of the country is really looking to us for guidance, and so many other districts of our size for guidance. And I think that that is adequately reflected in the award that we received, but also in a call for us to be more participatory in organizations like CUBE, like NABC, like CABC, like so many others that are really hungry for our presence in a multitude of ways. And so just thank you to all the work that y'all have put in, and I think the video is queued up, and thanks for the opportunity.
System in Washington, the Seattle Public Schools is the largest K-12 school system in Washington state with 50,000 students across 106 schools. Our diverse student body represents 151 countries of origin with 147 languages or dialects being spoken in their homes. More than 30% of students qualify for free and reduced lunch services. Seattle Public Schools School Board is made up of 7 elected directors that represent the community's ethnic and geographic diversity.
SPS is committed to dismantling systemic racism and discrimination, particularly for those who are furthest from educational justice.
The district is among the first in the nation to acknowledge the failure of educational systems to serve students of color. These students are furthest away from educational justice. We are actively working to disrupt the legacies of racism and become an anti-racist educational system. At the core of the strategic plan is the adoption of a targeted universalism approach.
If we center our work and our budget decisions, centering our master schedule, our budget priorities, our building leadership team, or Senate decisions on African American males, it's going to benefit every student.
Actions speak louder than words, and in 2021, after reflection, the Seattle School Board began implementing a new governance model that focuses on student outcomes.
Everything you build, whether it be just the way you treat children and talk to children, to the way of the way that policies are made, and just going back and saying, okay, this is great, how can we fix it? Okay, these are the things that didn't go well, how can we fix those?
Graduation rates for all students have increased more than 10 percentage points over the last 3 years. We expanded access to preschool, including Head Start and special needs programs.
I'm excited because it's my first day at school.
Established a new Department of Liberatory Education with a growing body of nearly a dozen courses.
The center of our work here at AMA is just to make sure that this educational system supports the brilliance and excellence of our young black boys and teens.
Since 2019, SPS has doubled the number of black boys and teens participating in advanced learning and highly capable services. The district provides financial support to our students by covering the cost of AP exam fees and hosting no-cost PSAT and SAT exams. The Seattle Promise Program, in partnership with the City of Seattle and Seattle colleges, guarantees free tuition and access to SPS graduates in 3 local Seattle colleges. The number of SPS graduates enrolled in the colleges has more than tripled since 2018. 65% of enrollees are students of color, and more than 30% are first-generation college students.
SPS practices 3 levels of engagement with its community: one-way information, consultation, and collaboration.
For each of these, the district provides translation or interpretation in the 5 most used non-English languages.
It means building up students to soar both in and out of the classroom. All of these things work in tandem to uplift our students, especially those students of color who are furthest from educational justice. So once again, I want to have a warm thank you to our board, and congratulations on receiving the CUBE National Award for Excellence. Appreciate it.
And one quick thing, I want to have everybody in the room give yourselves a round of applause, because like we can sit up here all day and pat ourselves on the back, but really the work that is being done is mostly by folks who aren't even here. And this is a team effort, right? So to our educators, to our staff, to everyone in our buildings, our families, our parents, and most importantly, our students, this is a representation of the work that y'all put in every single day that we have the honor of working with y'all for. So I just want to say thank you to y'all and appreciate y'all's hard work, advocacy, however you show up for our district. And this is really a proud moment for me that I hope that we can all share in.
Thank you. So transitioning, tonight we'll have at our meeting, the board will be electing new officers.
Oh, one sec, sorry. We do have comments from our student, Director Crone-Baron.
I haven't finished my comment.
Oh, those are included in your comments? I'm so sorry. I just wanted to make sure that we did not miss our student. Please forgive me. Please take it away.
Thank you, President Hersey. Tonight we will be electing new officers. I want to again thank President Hersey, Vice President Hampson, and Member at Large Rivera Smith for their dedication and leadership. As shown in the video, we are able to achieve great things with a strong partnership with the board and the superintendent. Another item that we're going to be talking about tonight is transportation, and this partnership is also incredibly important as we navigate challenging decisions together. We are in the midst of budget season here at Central Office, and my staff are making recommendations on how to best deploy resources to support our schools and students. This includes difficult discussions on how to reduce and shift in Central Office. This board will also be hearing tonight about transportation services and some of the critical questions on how we transport students more effectively and more efficiently. And lastly, around safety, as I alluded to in my opening remarks, this partnership extends outside of our districts and allows us to better support our students to be focused on safety. Last week, we were joined by Governor Inslee and Mayor Harrell at Ingram High School to hear from our students about what they need in the wake of the tragic events there. I look forward to their continued partnership to provide resources to our students. Tonight's meeting will also include a progress monitoring session on 7th grade math, and this will be an opportunity for the board to dig into the data that was previewed in October. And this is part of our regular cadence of discussing student outcomes as we implement student outcomes-focused governance. And that concludes my remarks. Thank you, President Hersey.
Thank you, Superintendent Jones. Without further ado, we will now turn it over to Director Crone-Baron for her comments.
Thank you, President Hersey. All right. Well, hello all here joining us today and joining us virtually. For a quick update of something that my fellow student directors, Nasira and Jenna, have mentioned before, there is a student board member newsletter in the works. This will include updates from the board, updates from our meetings that would otherwise be somewhat inaccessible to students. Although posted online, I know that some students just don't want to put in the extra work to find those things. So our goal is to create a really open means of communication from what's going on policy-wise in the district to our students, because that's really important. And again, to highlight, Nasira, Jenna, and I are working on finding tools and pathways to increase communication between the board and students, because at the end of the day, we all serve students, and transparency is really important and serves our community. And not only serves our community, it strengthens our community. And we need to be able to figure out how we're building bridges with our students for problem solving, rather than thinking about being on different sides, because at the end of the day, we are here to serve our students, and as those in power, it is really our job to remove those barriers to students and see how we can best serve them. To highlight the power of student voice through the work of Ingram students and Seattle Student Union, we will now receive $4 million from the Seattle City Council for Mental Health Supports in Schools. Can I get a round of applause for mental health supports in schools? That is the power of student voice, y'all. That is the stuff that students get done in weeks, mere weeks. Students were able to achieve this massive accomplishment. And further, Nasira, Jenna, and I want to partner and build on this momentum of advocacy around mental health supports for students, and make sure as a board, those are some of our top priorities, because one of the most vital parts of student safety is student health, and one of the most vital parts of student health is student mental health. With that, I wish everyone in our community a safe, happy, relaxing winter break. Thank you, President Hersey.
Thank you, Director Crum-Barone. Yeah, big claps. We should celebrate. That is totally fine. Okay, we have now come to the board comment section of the agenda. I will open with updates on our implementation of the Ad Hoc Governance Committee recommendations, and will then call for additional reports. We have continued to refine the new question process, which is meant to give us the student outcomes focused information needed to be more informed in our decision making. We again received materials earlier for today's meeting, and I have already received a number of emails from constituents that are incredibly excited to have those materials earlier and have been utilizing them to ask really thoughtful questions of board directors, I'm sure, in their individual capacities. And with that added time, directors have submitted nearly 100 items for staff's review and response. At the last meeting, directors gave feedback about posting questions and answers publicly to the agenda. This is something that we've now accomplished with the Q&A posted as an informational item. I've also heard multiple perspectives on what to include in the compiled materials. I've heard concerns about focusing on who the questions have come from and alignment with student outcomes focused governance best practices. And I've also heard feedback about having complete information. And we've got conflicting perspectives, and that is A-okay. And we know in our collaboration with boards across the country that this is common. And so with that being said, this is an iterative process, which means that we will continue to refine and improve our process as we go, but continue to bring your concerns to me as they arise, and we will do our best to make sure that they are aligned with our new governance structure and be moving forward in a direction that is best for children and getting the outcomes that we see for them. We've had just 2 meetings since accepting these recommendations from the Ad Hoc Governance Committee, and we've made leaps and are already in position to continue transforming our practices, and we have a lot of ground to cover in 2023. As I said before, our work to implement student outcomes focused governance best practices will continue to be iterative, and we will continue to engage in discussion as a board to check in on what's working for us and where we may have gaps or unintended consequences. So again, just a huge congratulations to this board for taking on such an immense amount of work. Thank you to all the members of this board for the work that you do to push us forward together, doing everything within our power as board directors to support student outcomes. We have the board officer elections coming up tonight following approval of the consent agenda items. Following that, we will need board directors to reach out to whoever is elected as the board president to share your committee and liaison priorities for the next year. As a reminder, assignments are annual with the exception of the legislative liaison, which Director Rankin will be continuing in that role for a second year per our policy. The board president will need feedback on any requested changes to assignments, though we do have 3 or 4 standing committees currently suspended. Finally, looking ahead to January and February, I want to remind directors of upcoming deadlines. Please submit any agenda items, requests through the new online submission tool form as soon as possible and no later than December 27th for our next 2 regular board meetings. Agenda setting will happen right after the beginning of the year, and we'll need to receive the materials for January 18 soon after. So if you do not have the link and you want to get something in the hopper for submission, just chat with board office staff and they'll make sure that it gets to you. We will now move on to our other reports for tonight. Do we have a BEX and BTA Capital Programs Oversight Committee report?
Thank you, President Hersey.
Yep.
We did have our BEX PTA Oversight Committee meeting just last Friday, December 9th. Myself and Director Songwitz are the board members, representatives who sit on that committee. It's always super robust meetings. These are the meetings where I remember going to them when I first started on the board and everything was way over my head because it's so in-depth about the capital projects, everything from the budget update in great detail by Melissa Cohen to the project status reports given by Director Richard Best. It's all very insightful. I can't even summarize it in these comments, but I can just say that those are the things that are regularly gone over in those meetings. And also we have expiring terms of certain committee members so that they are actually looking for new applicants to fill a couple positions on the BEX PTA Oversight Committee. You can find the application for that online, and we welcome any applications of people who are interested and have some skills set to bring to that committee. We'll be going over that, I believe, in the next few months to get those positions filled. There was also an update from the Clean Energy Task Force, which is really exciting because they are a task force formed by our resolution that this board approved in 2021. And they've been working diligently since, and for I believe about 13 months of meetings, and now they are coming. They had their last meeting actually yesterday, and I had the opportunity to attend and thank them all for their service. They will be bringing those recommendations of the implementation plan for the goal of fossil-free by 2040 to our board in January or February for us to accept their recommendations, their implementation plan recommendation, and to move forward with that in the many ways that will come from it. So that's a discussion we can all be having as we get towards that. I'm excited to see those the implementation plan that they have put together. Thank you to all the staff members who worked hard with them over the last year also. Jen Lincoln, Fred Podesta, Richard Best, and so many others who have been walking alongside them to get that work done. I'm personally very excited about this and look forward to any conversations you guys have as we get towards that to discuss the next steps. And our next meeting is, when is it? It doesn't say this on here. Do you know when the next one is? It'll be probably January. Yeah, that was December, obviously. So I think it's the second Friday of the month usually. We'll see. But Friday the 13th. Ooh. 8:30 a.m. And they're in person now too. We've moved those ones in person, so that's really nice.
Great. Awesome. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Do we have a report for the December 13 audit quarterly committee meeting?
We do. It was a good one.
Awesome.
Lots of content. I'm sad to report that there was a Teams issue, and so it wasn't able to be recorded. So my apologies. If anyone, there are extensive materials, and we had pretty robust presentations by staff responsible for each of those audit areas, which ran the gamut from an audit 2019 audit that was long overdue for audit response on transportation services, culinary services, the actual reconfiguration of the internal audit department itself, some work that's been going on for a long time in HR, as well as some smaller audits, such as stipends, which needed to be cleaned up. So that is all represented in the agenda. Though all board members, I would encourage you to, we moved that to a time that we hope is better for everybody's schedule, and I would encourage you to come. Everyone is welcome. I personally think it should be a committee of the entire board because it is such important work. We talked a lot about the function of internal audit and what a rich opportunity it provides to support through this independent review the superintendent and his staff in assessing risk and then providing us that feedback about what risk really needs to be better mitigated through the audit process. And thereby creating a truly high-value internal audit department so that we are addressing all of the highest risks associated with, our number one goal, which is to provide outcomes towards students and what might get in our way of that. So appreciate everybody's time. It was a long meeting, probably the longest audit meeting we've had. It was a full 2 hours. But we did have a big backlog of audit response presentations. And there are a number of things that will still be followed up on at the next meeting, which is on March 7th at the same time, which was 4 o'clock, not 4:15. And so I encourage folks who are interested in what our evolving high-value internal audit function in Seattle Public Schools looks like and what that conversation looks like between the board and internal audit director, the superintendent, and then individual staff members that are responsible for providing those responses. And there are some really important audits around student safety in at least 2 different buckets currently scheduled we have an RFP out for one of those, and that's related to student safety as it pertains to the adults that are in the buildings. And then superintendent and staff are responsible for another audit. Any audit, just for clarity, any audit that, whether it's determined that it needs to be done through OSPI, through the state auditor, through internal processes, all of those come in by policy through internal audit so that there is a function that ensures that that there is a management corrective action that is taken to make sure that those recommendations are addressed. That's not something that Seattle Public Schools has done before. So I'm really proud of the staff and the hard work of all the board members, including our legal counsel in early days to make sure that this function was created in a much more robust fashion. So please join us on March 7th. And if anybody has questions that wasn't able to attend, I do know that they took more detailed notes than usual to make up for the lack of recording. Thank you.
Awesome. Thank you, Director Hampson. Do we have a report from our legislative liaison? Take it away.
Yes, we do. And I feel like Vice President Hampson undersold herself a little bit with that audit. I just have to take the opportunity to give some props that having all audits come through there is a hugely positive shift in terms of practice and de-siloing. And that transportation audit that was done in 2019 is now, we could see in the meeting yesterday, the findings all being addressed, know what the schedule is, and that's something that, as far as I know, hadn't come forward without this new mechanism. And also there's an annual special education audit that OSPI does, and that has historically been something that has come through and been the purview of the special education department under CAI, which is not a bad thing, obviously, but there was also, that's not as easily accessible without this additional function, and there's not as much accountability. So now we have that, now that all audits will come through. We had a clear table and timeline of what audits had been out, where they were in timing, and so you undersold your role in that a little bit. So I wanted to give credit where it's due, because it's, I think, really, really impactful and important. both for us to do our job as a board and for the public to understand what's going on. Okay, so legislative session is going to be fast and furious. I think there's going to be a ton of bills. If you look online, you can see the pre-filing period is right now. There are a lot of bills on the wa.leg.gov site that have been pre-filed. Some of them are not surprises. Some of them are concerning for various reasons. Some of them have nothing to do with our platform, so we won't be talking about them. But just for anybody who's interested in advocacy stuff, there is some opportunity to get a little preview of what you may be wanting to look at by looking at those pre-filed bills. I sent an email yesterday to directors. Last session, it was a short session, but I coordinated with directors based on legislative district where we all live to bring a director at least to meetings with legislators. That was for the WASDA, Washington State School Director Association Day on the Hill, where they set up a bunch of meetings. That was virtual last year. This year, I will be in Olympia for WASDA Day on the Hill in person at the end of February. So that specific opportunity won't be as easy to connect into with the online thing, but the email that I sent to everybody is just a check-in on who wants to be kind of pressed into duty when appropriate, what areas you might be interested in, and what existing relationships you might have. I have a whole matrix of the committee roles and such of the various Seattle delegation, which director lives in which area, relationships. For the most part during session, we've given our direction to the district via our adopted platform. And so for the most part, we will rely on our lobbyists to sign in, follow those bills, make Seattle's voice known. But there will be times where it may be really important or helpful for a legislator to get an additional nudge or have a question answered by someone they know. And in that case, I want to be able to just ping people, and it's going to happen all really quickly. The governor's budget dropped just a couple hours ago. It does show, I haven't had a chance to look in detail, but it does show some increase in spending for K-12. Whether or not that's going to reflect spending on the things aligned with our priorities, I'm not sure yet because I haven't had a chance to look at it, but so that's a positive. And again, the governor's budget is not the final budget, but it's it's an indication of what we're gonna see. And I can't remember if I said before, really positive thing is there's a lot of alignment across the state, and in the, 6 or 7 legislative sessions that I have been involved in one way or another, I'm seeing more alignment between districts on priorities than I have seen before. So I think that's really positive. There's a lot of momentum and need and interest in addressing shortfalls in special education. The transportation funding formula that really underserves Seattle, underserves other districts as well. A lot of districts are leaning into that looking at that pretty hard as an area that's significant impact to their budget every year that we need the states to step in and address. So in addition to serving as the liaison for legislative issues for our board, I also serve as a liaison to WASDA for legislation, and then through that, I've been asked to join a small group specifically on planning around special education advocacy. So that's really great because it's a mix of, we're the largest district, and then we've got Spokane and Evergreen and some smaller districts, and there's a lot that we have in common, a lot of issues that we want to face together, but there also are different challenges at play. And as the largest district in the state, I think it's really important that as we are advocating, we're clear on not doing so at the expense of other districts. And I think that's what I've heard from you all and what we feel like is important. At the same time, there's going to be some things that may negatively impact Seattle that might not impact others, so it's obviously important to have our perspective in there. WASDA, in addition to our own legislative team and financial analysis as things go on, WASDA does a continuous, evaluation of different bills and looks at how those impact all of their districts. WASDA is not going to be in a position of throwing one district under a bus for another. They're advocating for all districts together. So that's, I feel really glad to have the opportunity to both represent us, but also to kind of lend the weight of the largest district to some smaller districts that have been facing considerable challenges and whose students they may be struggling to serve just because they don't have, we have University of Washington, Children's Hospital. If we have unique needs and more remote districts, not only is the funding not ample to provide those services, but there's not a provider or a expert necessarily right there for them to access. So anyway, it's, in some ways frustrating and sad because these things have gone on for so long, but it's also exciting to have special education be at the forefront and have a lot of people talking about how important this is, not only for the children who receive those services, but for all of our students and the overall health of our system as a whole. So please reply to email and let me know when you get a chance. I think probably over the next couple weeks, people are kind of taking a breath and pausing, so no pressure. But January 9th is the first day of session, and it's just gonna fly. Somebody's guess was like 3,000 bills will drop. I mean, a lot of them won't go anywhere, but people were holding on to bills in the remote and hybrid years just because that was a new thing to navigate. And so now, I don't know, floodgates may be opening. We'll see. And we've also gotten a lot of new people, which is great. So like some new perspectives or issues might be coming up, but I will stay focused on our platform and update you all as regularly as I can. We'll be in weekly meetings with WASDA and other legislative reps and weekly meetings with our team. And yes, that's that. It's going to be exciting. As to, let's see, from District 1, I just want to thank Mayor Harrell and Governor Inslee and their staff for the time and care they spent with our students, and of course Superintendent Jones and staff here as well. I had the opportunity to be in the room, and I guess I shouldn't have been surprised, but the students that were there, I had already known several of them, so that was, they're incredible student leaders. Adults could learn a lot from them. They were so well prepared, really knew what they were asking for. At the same time, as impressive as they were and as driven and as leadership focused as they were, we can't leave this to kids to solve these problems. Is kind of what I walked away with, is like I really appreciated the support and the presence of leaders, and what they asked me after the event was, okay, it was great to have our voices heard, but what are the adults going to do? Because we're kids. We're kids. And so, yeah, something else really quickly I'll just note is that something that Governor Inslee said that I thought was really important was that this incident doesn't define them as a school, and they still have every right to feel proud and happy about being a part of the Ingram community. And I thought that was really powerful. And it also made me think that, tangentially connected, that happened at Ingram. And that's where things were catalyzed. But as we know from your comments, and there was, at my own kid's school, there was an incident last week. Our students are being impacted by violence everywhere, and this presence was given and voice time was given at Ingram. And Ingram's not the only place this has happened, and these are not the only students who are impacted by violence. And so I want to make sure that we're not only that we're elevating those voices, but we're also connecting students to each other and being the adults who show up for all of them, because the students today at Rainier Beach didn't get the opportunity to talk to the governor, for example. So how do we get how do we get them, their voice heard and make sure they know that, it really matters what they're dealing with every day. Yes, that's it.
Thank you for that robust update, Director Rankin. Are there any additional liaison reports that directors would like to offer? Or finally, any additional board engagement for us to discuss tonight? Or my directors that try to keep to updates if you can. So any other announcements or things like that? Go ahead, Director Rankin, then we'll go to Director Harris.
I forgot one thing briefly, which is that at tomorrow's CSEC meeting, Southeast Seattle Education Coalition, I was asked to come talk about student outcomes focused governance, and so I asked President Hersey to come along, and so we will be, I think that their meetings are open to everybody, so that's a community meeting where we have some questions that were gathered ahead of time, and we'll be meeting there virtually and sharing that.
Yeah. Director Harris, take it away.
January 21, 2023. It's a Saturday. We'll be doing a community meeting from 2 to 5. Do not know which library as yet. The system is down, but there will in fact be lasagna. I am well not above bribery. And I invite 2 of my fellow board directors to share in a good rowdy time, and senior staff, including the superintendent, to show up, to engage, and to listen. Thank you. So keep an eye on the board page.
Fantastic. Any other engagement announcements, anything like that? Okay. We will now move on to the public testimony portion of tonight's agenda. We will begin taking public testimony by phone and in person as stated on the agenda. Board Procedure 1430BP provides the rules for testimony, and I ask that speakers are respectful of these rules. I will summarize some important parts of this procedure. First, testimony will be taken today from those individuals called from our public testimony list and, if applicable, the waiting list, which are included on today's agenda posting on the school board website. Only those who are called by name should unmute their phones or step forward to the podium, and only one person should speak at a time. Speakers from the list may cede their time to another person when the listed speaker's name is called. The total amount of time allowed will not exceed 2 minutes for the combined number of speakers. Time will not be restarted after the new speaker begins, and the new speaker will not be called again later if they are on the testimony list or waiting list. Those who do not wish to have time ceded to them may decline and retain their place on the testimony or wait list. The majority of the speaker's time should be spent on the topic they have indicated they wish to speak about. Finally, the board expects the same standard of civility for those participating in public comment as the board expects of itself. Ms. Wilson-Jones will read off the testimony speakers.
First speaker today is Sarah Da Silva Jackson.
Hello, my name is Sarah, and I'm a junior at Middle College High School. To start off, I believe that we all know and acknowledge that no student is the same and we all learn differently. Some of us are more visual learners and some of us learn better physically. At Middle College, the main goal is to earn credits for a high school diploma and to prepare for a higher education in a small, caring environment. I've spent 3 years at Middle College, and I can say with confidence that my experience here has taught me the value of a small school education. In a smaller school, one of the biggest advantages is the sense of community. Due to the smaller community, students are able to form tight-knit bonds with their fellow students and have an increased sense of community among both students and teachers. Not only that, but the strong community has allowed me to make potential lifelong friendships with not only students, but also teachers. This sense of community has allowed our school to create multiple different clubs that are all student-led. At Middle College, there is always support available. Thanks to the low teacher-to-student ratio, students have always been able to get the help they need when they need it. In bigger schools, students are often afraid to ask questions in class. However, at Middle College, because of how tight the community is, students have a more comfortable time asking questions. Without Middle College, I wouldn't be the leader that I am today. Before middle college, I was more of a person who was observant and would often be watching in the background. However, once I got settled into the environment at middle college, I came to find that there were other people who had the same passions and aspirations towards social justice as I do. When I graduate, I want to take the leadership that I gained from middle college and use it to be able to get involved in my community more and understand their wants and needs, so I can enter the world of politics and try to make a difference. Middle college has made me realize that the importance of a small school education is the growth that it provides for students, teachers, and the community as a whole. Small school education is something that's often overlooked, but the community is still continuing to grow.
The next speaker is Chris Jackins.
My name is Chris Jackins, Box 84063, Seattle 98124. On proposed construction projects at Montlake, John Rogers, Alki, and Madison. Each project is too big for its site, loss of playground space, loss of trees, building height that is over city zoning code, distracting electronic changing image signs, Parks Department use that would eject neighborhood use, zero parking, not even for ADA. Please change these plans. On amendments to school board policies, 5 points. Number 1, current language refers to public comment on items before the board. The amendment proposes to drop the phrase "on items before the board." Number 2, a little history. Some years ago, the board had 2 sections of public comment, one for general topics and one for items before the board. Number 3, each public speaker was provided 3 minutes. Now it is 2 minutes with only one public comment section. Number 4, the documents cite to state law, which states, quote, "Even when not required by law, public agencies are encouraged to incorporate and accept public comment during their decision-making process," unquote. Number 5, this might be something for the board to keep in mind the next time the board has a high-profile process like hiring a superintendent. On progress monitoring goals, 2 points. Number 1, on page 1, the report states that the 7th grade math goal is, quote, "unlikely to be delivered," unquote. Number 2, on page 7, the district asks the board to support extending the timeline to meet the goals. Thank you very much.
The next speaker is Alex Zimmerman. However, we do not yet have anybody who is called in for public testimony, so I am going to move to the next speaker, Sherilyn Crowther. Sherilyn Crowther.
Hello, I'm Sherilyn Crowther, president of the Seattle Special Education Parent-Teacher Student Association, the PTSA. And today I get to say thank you to the district. On October 26th, I asked on behalf of families for an organizational chart of the Special Education Department. While I called it a small action, it is a big deal. As I said then, families don't know what they don't know. They can't reach out to a regional special education supervisor if they don't know such a role exists. The work done to create the org chart matters to family, and I want to thank you. If it's not already on the Seattle Schools website, and I couldn't find it, please post it and share the link in the next communication to families. That brings me to asking again for the district to post or post a link to our Family Guide to Special Education. More than 30 PTAs and PTSAs across the district have hosted us for an introduction to the guide, and the feedback is positive, especially because the guide is in the top 10 languages spoken in homes of students with a disability. Transparency matters. And we see that in the Seattle Times and ProPublica investigation into one of the non-public agencies that is supposed to be the last hope for some students with disabilities. The reporting reveals that the system is failing students. The reporting also reveals the system is working as designed. When accountability is the responsibility of 40 different school districts, is it a surprise that accountability fails? You can help this system change by helping families hold it accountable and post or link Seattle Schools website to our guide on special education. Thank you.
The final speaker on today's list is Christy Robertson.
My fifth grader gave me a fidget to help with being nervous. My name is Christy Robertson. I have 2 kids in Seattle Public Schools, and I'm testifying for the first time today as open enrollment approaches to ask you to act on behalf of some of our most vulnerable kids, those who struggle in traditional classrooms, especially those who communicate this through challenging behaviors. I'm asking for 2 changes that can happen now. 1, recognize schools in our district, many choice schools, that are successful with inclusion. 2, remove the effective quota on disabled students at these schools. The SPS community has thought a lot this past year about what it means to include disabled students. My autistic 8th grader is living through the system while we think. Most of his experiences around the district, none of us would wish on a child. But this year, he finally feels like an equal member of his school community. What's the difference? Almost everybody at the school admins, special ed, and gen ed teachers and staff, and the rest of the school community authentically believe that all children belong in the classroom. Relationships are built even with the tough kids. Kids who feel belonging are more regulated, and then they can learn. We lucked out this year, but only because the school was under-enrolled. For years, we sat on access program waitlists for schools we hoped would be more welcoming. Meanwhile, our child faced daily expectations he wasn't able to meet, followed by an onslaught of correction, punishment, ostracizing, and exclusion, until finally he simply refused to go. It would not take changing the CBA or the program ratios to fix this. Special ed teachers simply need to be assigned to option schools based on enrollment rather than capping program enrollment based on teachers. I'll be working with our IEP team, school leaders, enrollment, and special education to try for a spot at a high school that will sustain the sense of self and community my kid is finally experiencing. But I don't want a spot just for my kid, and neither do you. All students deserve a school where they feel valued and seen. Please act, elevate, and promote schools that do inclusion well, and allow kids who need these schools to access them. The kids are worth it.
President Hersey, there are no more speakers waiting online, so that concludes today's testimony list.
Thank you, Ms. Wilson-Jones. Thank you, everyone, for joining us this evening and sharing your comments with us. It is greatly appreciated. We cannot do our jobs without it. We have now reached the consent portion of today's agenda. May I have a motion for the consent agenda?
I move approval of the consent agenda.
Second.
Approval of the consent agenda has been moved by Vice President Hampson and seconded by Director Rivera-Smith. Do directors have any items they would like to remove from the consent agenda this evening? Okay. Seeing none, may I have the roll call, please? Or all those in favor of the consent agenda, please signify by saying aye.
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 Aye. Those opposed? Yep.
Not opposed, abstain.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah, that's fine. Abstentions, and Director Harris abstains, so thank you for that clarification. Okay, this passes by a vote of 6 yeas, 0 nays, and 1 abstention. All right. I will now turn the meeting over to Superintendent Jones, who will preside over the election process as the Secretary of the Board, because we are now moving into the election of the 2023 board officers. Superintendent Jones, please take it away.
Thank you, President Hersey. Before I open the floor for nominations, I would like to review the election process. For each officer position, president, vice president, and member at large, I will take nominations from the board. A second is not required for the nomination, but can be made. After all the nominations are made for a position, there will be an opportunity for directors to provide comment before voting. After comments have been concluded, the board will vote for each position in the order the nominations were made. By law and board policy, the voting will be conducted by a roll call vote. The voting will conclude at the point when one nominee gets 4 or more votes. After the president has been elected, we will move to the vice president and then the member at large. In summary, for each position, there will be nominations, then discussion, then voting. At the conclusion of the election process for all 3 positions, each new officer will have the opportunity to provide remarks. Yes, please.
I would like to ask a clarifying question before we start. And I've asked this to staff before, but I just wanted to ask it on the record, or for anybody else who's maybe benefit from the answer. My question had been, member at large typically has been to elect the 3rd member of the executive committee. That committee is temporarily suspended. So is there expectation for the member at large? The member at large has a role during meetings, but I guess I just want to state or get confirmation, because we're all really at large, so that the duties associated with member at large would be duties of the president in the event the president and vice president are not available. And then duties within board meetings. Is there anything else that I'm missing, that I'm forgetting about?
That's a good question.
I think that's a tremendous question. And Ms. Wilson-Jones, if you have some clarification on that, please.
The one piece that I would add is that your current policy suspensions, which include your suspension of board committees, they are set to sunset on June 31st. And so if the board were to not take action to more permanently revise your committee policy, those would sort of snap back into place, and you would have, your executive committee would continue to operate as it had in the past.
Okay, cool, thank you.
Is that satisfactory? Okay, thank you. All right, nominations are now in order for the office of president. Director Rankin.
I would like to nominate our current president, Brandon Hersey.
Are there other nominations for president? Therefore, if there are no more nominations, I close the nomination for president. Would any directors like to make any comments at this time?
Thank you for your service.
You're welcome. You're welcome.
I'll just add that I'm happy to nominate President Hersey for both, and to, I am assuming, his willingness to continue in the role. That, you know, we got a lot of personalities up here, and it's really important that we have someone leading our meetings who can, you know, find a way to see eye to eye with everybody and keep things moving. And especially in light of the award that was received, I think it's also really, as I said, I think last year, it's really powerful to have 2 Black men leading our district, and I'm very, very proud to serve with both of you.
Thank you. Ms. Wilson-Jones, please call the roll for the vote for Director Hersey.
Director Hampson?
Aye.
Director Harris? Aye. Director Rankin?
Aye.
Director Rivera-Smith?
Aye.
Director Sarju?
Aye.
Director Song Moritz?
Aye.
Director Hersey?
I haven't heard Hersey with director in front of it for a minute. Aye.
The nomination of Director Hersey is for presidency is approved unanimously.
Wow.
Congratulations on your election as President, Director Hersey. Nominations are now in order for the office of Vice President. Are there nominations for Vice President?
I nominate Vivian Song Moritz for Vice President.
Are there other nominations for Vice President?
I nominate Director Liza Rankin.
Are there other nominations for Vice President? If there are no more nominations, I close the nominations for Vice President. Would any directors like to make any comments at this time? Director Harris.
Thank you. And I will preface this with having a thoughtful, elegant conversation with my friend and respected colleague, Director Rankin, this afternoon. But I don't think it's a big secret that this board is somewhat polarized. And I think that Director Song Moritz brings forth perhaps a more neutral perspective, and I think that's healthy. I also think that having one of the first Asian women serving in leadership makes a whole lot of sense. And I think that her Harvard MBA and her attention to detail, and especially monetary and budget issues when we are looking at a cliff of over, what are we up to now? About $160 million 2 years from now. And we don't really truly need or want the state taking over our school district. And her intellect and her tenaciousness is sorely needed. And that is no slight on the hard work that the good Director Rankin is doing, especially on legislative advocacy and issues for our children that need special services. But in terms of balance and in terms of politics, I put forth her name for election, and I do so proudly. Thank you.
Director Revere-Smith.
I would just like to echo a lot of what Director Harris just said. I'm really excited about the idea of Director Song Moritz serving as Vice President. I know she's been a year on the board, but has proven herself so adept and so just in touch with the community. I don't know how you do it. I want to steal your contact book because you have so many contacts in the community throughout the area, even other. You'll just talk about other boards you're talking to, other directors from other districts, and it's amazing the network you have and the insights that brings. I am excited to have to maintain our diversity of our top two that we have had this year and continue. That would be amazing. And I just appreciate Dr. Harris's nomination for her because I think that, and I'm thinking about the board too in the long run. I know that. I hope I'm not spilling the beans. I think Director Song Moritz would make a fine president someday, and I would see this as a great opportunity to build up to that role, because she is, she's guaranteed to be here in a year, to assume that, the rest of us, who knows? But in thinking about the future of this board, I like to look at the long term too, in that respect, and what that could mean for this board. So, thank you.
Director Hersey.
I think we're in a position to where we have an immense amount of potential in everyone on this board for any of these leadership positions. I think that we'll see. I think that why I'm excited about the potential for Director Rankin to serve in this vice presidency role is, having served in this role under President Hampson and having now had the opportunity to serve as president, you know, these leadership positions are leadership positions in name and title only, mostly. But what I am really excited about for Director Rankin's leadership is having had the opportunity to work with her for the past, oh my God, it feels like forever, but 3 years. I have seen her work expand boundaries, right? Whether it comes from the work that we did together on isolation and restraint, whether it comes from the supporting the transition of student outcomes focused governance on the ad hoc committee, whether it has been chairing, you know, a number of committees, whether it has been not only being a parent in this district for a number of years, which I know that I can't speak to. I think that Director Rankin comes with a wealth of not only expertise in so many of the areas that we are focused on right now, that I think her leadership would help us really complete the cycle of what we're in. That's not to say that Director Song Moritz is not going to be a fantastic board director in some capacity of leadership and would do even my job handily whenever the opportunity presents itself to her. What I will say is that in this season of the board, I am excited about Director Rankin's leadership in this capacity for all of the reasons that I just mentioned. And you know, it's just going to be an honor to serve with whoever matriculates into this spot. So, Director Rankin, thank you for your willingness to put your name into the ring, and same to Director Song Moritz, and we will let the voting proceed unless there's more comments.
Are there other comments? Please.
I just want to note both about Director Rankin and now President Hersey. In terms of collegial leadership, one of the things I value the most, and I believe is the thing that we are meant to value the most in our success with student outcomes, is self-reflection and growth. And you've both shown tremendous willingness, tremendous humility, vulnerability, and stick-to-itiveness. I know people like to say grit, but I hate that term. It's really about knowing that there is a level of self-sacrifice and that same humility necessary in order to do what's right by kids. And it's really hard sometimes, and I've watched you both dig really, really deep. And we've had really, really hard conversations, and you allowed me to push you very hard in bringing on, in the midst of a pandemic, an entirely new governance model, and are ready to charge ahead with it. And I'm so excited that you are all excited, and of course, every time there's a legislative session, I get excited to watch Liza get excited, because she kicks ass with keeping us all up to date on what we need to be aware of, the ways in which we really need to have the capacity to have our attention focused at the legislative level and stand up for kids there. That is a big part of our responsibility. So this is a big year, and I think it's going to be really important to have her front and center with that VP title to get out there and work even harder for us. So support your nomination.
Any more comments by directors? Ms. Wilson-Jones, please call the roll for the vote for Director Vivian Song Moritz.
Director Sarju?
Abstain.
Director
Whoa. Sorry. No, I don't know. So this crossed my mind, and I would like some clarification before we get too deep in it. How would an abstention impact the outcome of a vote? Like, do we need to abstain, or can we vote, or do we have to vote nay?
The board needs to get to 4 yes votes for a nomination on
Got it.
of your officers to move
Perfect.
forward.
Good to know. Thank you.
I had a mic here too, I guess, but got mics to spare. Going back to the roll call. Director Song Moritz?
Aye.
Director Hampson?
Nay.
Director Harris? Aye. Director Rankin?
Nay.
Director Rivera-Smith?
Aye.
President Hersey?
Abstain.
The nomination of Director Song Moritz fails by a vote of 3 yes to 2 no to 2 abstentions.
Ms. Wilson-Jones, please call the roll for Director Liza Rankin.
Director Song Moritz? Director Hampson?
Aye.
Director Harris? Director Rankin?
Aye.
Director Rivera-Smith?
Nay.
Director Sarju?
Aye.
President Hersey?
Aye.
The nomination of Director Rankin is approved by a vote of 4 yes to 3 no.
Congratulations on your election as Vice President, Director Rankin. Nominations are now in order for the office of Member at Large, who serves with the President and Vice President on the Executive Committee, and we had a clarification of that earlier. Are there nominations for Member at Large?
I nominate Director Song Moritz for the same reasons as I nominated her before. And I just want to say that democracy is a good thing. Standing up and getting counted is a good thing. And as many of us know, folks that serve on the school board, with the exception maybe of Patty Murray, who served in Shoreline, couldn't get elected dog catcher later on. But if you run for dog catcher, you're not coming for my Luna.
Other nominations for Member at Large? Please.
I nominate Director Sarju. Am I giving my speech now or after?
After. If there are no more nominations, I close the nomination for Member at Large. Would any directors like to make any comments at this time?
This is, well, it is related to Member at Large, but since Director Harris and I very agreeably disagree at times, I don't think that this board is polarized. And especially, interacting with boards from around the state and around the country, like, oh my gosh, the disagreements that we do have, we're so fortunate that they are what they are, because, there's, as we'll see in the legislative session, some of the bills that come up, there is some profound beliefs and viewpoints about children and education that I feel pretty sure would be unacceptable to everybody sitting up here, that other school boards have people on them who hold both. And so, in addition to wanting to voice my support for Director Sarju, as someone who ran for and came to this board specifically for and to serve Black students, and has held to that every step of the way. And I think that's, that to me is not a time to equivocate or be, I don't know, neutral. And I think neutral and camaraderie are not the same. And we do have a lot of really positive interactions between everybody up here and a lot of stuff that we very much agree on. And I would argue that where we don't agree, it's actually more to do with just personalities, and I'm including myself in that completely, than about actual issues. And I don't know, I kind of wanted to say that I think, being yeah, I think picking, yeah, you should go. Yeah, sorry.
Just trying to help you out. Director Sarju is an extremely important voice on this board, and one of the goals that I believe we are obligated as a full board, as directors, to do in terms of, and that we haven't quite gotten to yet, but I think are at the precipice of making some good progress on, is making sure that our role is accessible and equitably accessible. And I watch the varying degrees of ability to contribute and participate simply based on the inequity that is represented by the role. It's not unique to school boards. There are other elected positions that are similar, but I don't think I've met a stronger advocate for children than Director Sarju, who is so clear and passionate, not just about moving to a more focused governance model, so that we can spend our time together talking about outcomes for kids, but so that people who have the same restrictions on their time as she does can also see that that this is a role that they can do as well, and be here and represent their community in the way that she does, day after day after day. And particularly as in 2023 is when we're going to have to start really thinking about the transition from this strategic plan focused on Black males, and start talking about when do we give Black females a voice in that. And personally, I want Michelle to be Director Sarju to be one of the people at the head of that table as we start making that transition, because she knows this community inside and out. If you ever walk around town with her, you're going to get stopped a lot, because she knows, when she says she's caught a lot of babies, she has caught a lot of babies, and she has been part of this community and advocating for kids the entirety of her family's time here. So I'm really honored to even be able to speak on behalf of my nomination for her.
Absolutely.
I'm not, this is not going to be speaking about myself, but I agree with Director Rankin that I do not think this board is, I know this board is not polarized, because I have colleagues around the country who have been forced out of their positions. I know what polarization looks like, and it's nasty. It's ugly, and it's nasty, and it's hurtful. For the public record, my abstention for vice president was exactly that. I chose to vote abstain because I'm not against. And this is not a statement about any other board member. If you know me, you know I vote transparently and I mean what I say. So for the public record, that wasn't a crisis of conscience or wanting to look good or not wanting to hurt Director Song-Moritz's feelings by a nay vote. I meant I'm abstaining. And so I think that's important. I think we have to model for our student board members what it looks like to move in this position with integrity and transparency. And that's what I try to do. When I say I'm about kids, I'm about kids. I got 3 years and a little less than 300 and some odd days to get things done for kids. I'm not here for the showmanship. I'm not here to build a popularity contest or to have people like me. You know, in life, just because a decision doesn't go my way doesn't mean I haven't been heard. And that's true on this board. Every decision that's been made, I haven't agreed with, but that doesn't mean I haven't been heard. And I think we have to begin to be transparent with the public. We need to model for our young people. I wish the 2 young people from Middle College were still here because I really wanted to speak with them about standing up for what matters. That young person got up and stood up for what matters. And they may have been, I'm trying not to gender people because I have no idea what their pronouns are. They may have thought they were speaking for themselves, but they were actually speaking for people just like them.
Because I do not get a vote when it comes to this, I would like to take some time to voice my support, in this case, for this position for Director Sarju. And when I say that, I just want to first of all state that I have an immense amount of respect and admiration for each and every person on this board. And even if there are disagreements, I think that there is a way in which we all show each other that kind of respect and admiration. And I really think it's pretty amazing. So to add on to what Director Rankin and Director Hampson were saying, or I'm sorry, Vice President Rankin and Director Hampson were saying.
Nice.
I really don't think our board, and Director Sarju as well, I don't think our board is polarized at all. I think that, in fact, our board is imperfectly working to be a role model for how we get through disagreements and how we talk about problems and how we face conflict head on without having it be nasty. And I know that that's something that I have to work on. I know that I've made mistakes and I'm imperfect, and I know that everybody is. But I think that the willingness to put in that work is incredible. And so I don't think our board is polarized. I think our board is imperfectly beautiful. And I think that Director Sarju has, in the brief time that I have known her, has shown me to so many levels that she loves her community, she loves her constituents, and she loves kids. And at the end of the day, this is about kids. And I am a kid, and I really truly feel that that I talked about on my very first day being sworn in. I talked about those radical actions of love. And I really, really see those from Director Sarju. And I think that for myself, Director Sarju is a role model. as well as almost like absolutely every director, every person in this room I see as a role model for myself. But I think that Director Sarju has shown us how she will put in the work to show her love, to show her respect and admiration for the students and all the people in our community. And I think that I'm excited and honored to be able to talk about, to speak for her, to speak in support of her. And whoever secures this position within the next few minutes, I am so excited to work with, and I am so excited to continue to work with you all. Thank you.
Thank you. Any more comments? Hearing, seeing none. Ms. Wilson-Jones, please call the roll for Director Vivian Song Moritz.
Director Harris. Aye. Vice President Rankin.
Abstain.
Director Rivera-Smith.
Aye.
Director Sarju.
Abstain.
Director Song Moritz.
Aye.
Director Hampson.
Abstain.
President Hersey.
Abstain.
The nomination of Director Song Moritz does not pass by a vote of 3 yes and 4 abstentions.
Ms. Wilson-Jones, please call the roll for,
Excuse me.
I'm sorry.
Point of clarification, and maybe we need legal on this. Would it be appropriate to vote acclamation for the next candidate, or do we have to have a roll call vote, sir? I'm sorry, I did not hear you, sir.
The
Okay.
statute requires a roll call.
Got it. Thank you.
Okay. Ms. Wilson-Jones, please call the roll for Director Michelle Sarju.
Vice President Rankin.
Yes.
Director Rivera-Smith.
Aye.
Director Sarju.
Yes.
Director Song Moritz. Director Hampson.
Aye.
Director Harris. President Hersey.
Proudly aye.
The nomination of Director Sarju is approved unanimously.
Congratulations on your election as Member at Large, Director Sarju. One more thing. Mr. President, I would like to report that the officers for the Board of Directors for 2023 are President Hersey, Vice President Rankin, and Member at Large Sarju. I would now like to invite our newly elected officers, beginning with the President, to offer any remarks that they would like to make.
Okay. Well, all I can honestly say is thank you, and I'm going to try incredibly hard to keep this super brief. As I was considering, what 3 years on this board looks like and what another 3 years is going to look like, I'm halfway through my term. And when I started on this board, Director Harris was president, and I remember having several conversations throughout the process in a completely public way for all of you that might be listening. And really just getting an understanding for what this role is. And that was in August of 2019. 6 short months before all of our worlds changed forever. And I've had the opportunity to watch 3 different presidents operate in different ways, and I take elements of all those things from you in different situations. You know, I've had the honor of serving under President Harris, President DeWolf, President Hampson, and what I have wholly learned is that in this role, you're not going to get far with an iron fist. You're not going to get far with trying to lead this board in a way that is centered in self as opposed to students. And as I look at the next 3 years and my next year as president here, I want to continue to embody so many of the various leadership qualities that all of you, especially our student board directors, have shown me time and time again. We got a lot of work ahead of us, but what I want you to think about is this moment when we were in last year. And the reason I want you to think about it is because I was wearing this exact same outfit when I was elected president last year. This is now my lucky president sweater. My hair was a little bit shorter and it was a little less gray, but it's been one hell of a year. And we have accomplished a great deal. And when I say we, I'm not just talking about this board, I'm talking about everybody in this room, this entire district. And it seems like the more that we accomplish, the more challenges present themselves. And I know that we, as this board, everybody's name on this thing, as I talked to y'all a year ago, I asked y'all a question. Are we going to make the commitments necessary to get this done? Are we going to work together? And y'all emphatically answered that question, yes. You know, and to some people, we might appear polarized. I think for many of us, what we appear is working. We're working on it. We're getting it done. We're getting national recognitions for what we are getting done. And with that being said, that's what work looks like. Coming together, bringing a difference of opinions, and not being afraid to still support and like each other when those differences occur. And so what I just want to say is thank y'all for heeding my call last year. Are we prepared to make this district what we really want it to be? And y'all have said yes, in your own different ways, but emphatically yes. And so as we look at this next year with this next leadership team and even years beyond, all I can say is that I'm incredibly excited and I am incredibly hopeful for what we are going to be able to do. And the progress that we have made in this short amount of time has been nothing short of extraordinary. I'm excited to serve with the newly elected leadership, and I'm excited to serve with this entire board. Because regardless if you're serving in the presidency, the vice presidency, member at large, liaison position, all of you bring such unique and valuable qualities to this space that if you weren't here, would be absent and greatly missed. So, with that being said, I'm gonna shut up and hand it to the new people that have been elected, and hopefully somebody will take this from me next year. And I will pass it over to newly elected Vice President Rankin. Thank y'all for the confidence in me, and I hope to continue to serve you with the same level of rigor that I have in the past 12 months.
And I don't feel the need to make a lot of comments. But I think I want to just reiterate what President Hersey said about, what he said in earlier comments about if you look at our policy and in practice, the role of the president, vice president, member at large is primarily to be elected to the executive board. And the president, if you look, in policy, the president's role is as the designated spokesperson who is authorized on behalf of all of us to speak on behalf of the board on issues that have come before the board and been voted on, and to run meetings. And as important as those roles are, the president, vice president, member, nobody's votes all count the same. And I guess I just want to kind of publicly make the commitment to you all that the goal that I have in this position and on the board for the rest of my term is to continue to embed best practices in how we operate and to model and hopefully through board superintendent relationship and the other things associated with deliverables 5 and 6, which you guys may be tired of me talking about, to give us a framework to allow us all to put into practice what's aligned to best practice and also codify it, because for whatever reason, we have decided that we're willing to do not only the work of the board, but the work of implementing best practices of board governance, which is a lot, and it's uncomfortable and messy and complex and a lot. But that we are willing to do this, or maybe not so willing, I don't know, but once it's the vote of the board, it's the vote of the board, so, is going to serve us now and also boards into the future to hopefully, we have amazing students, some of the best teachers you will find anywhere in the country, if not the world, dedicated administrators. And if we can all continue to model our imperfect beauty as we grapple with these issues, we can create this framework for new people to step into and follow and lead the district together into the place that we want it to be, and into a place that truly reflects the vision and values of the community that we serve. And so that's my commitment to you as vice president, is to focus on supporting our president, communicating with the rest of the board, and staying focused on the things that I've committed to, such as legislative liaison, and so far, the deliverables associated with 5 and 6, which again, I'm totally open and would like any feedback on those before we go into eventually readopting or reviewing and accepting those, because that's really the foundational document for how we all want to work together. And so it's important that everybody's voice is represented in there, and that it's something we can all agree to. So that's my focus and commitment. And I don't have to be the vice president to be able to do that, but I'm proud to be, and yeah, it's going to be a wild year.
Beautifully imperfect. If that wasn't some dropping of some serious wisdom, that has to be one of the most profound things that has been articulated this evening. Thank you, Director Crone-Barone. It is an honor and a privilege to serve alongside you. I'm just blown away every time you open your mouth, and I literally mean that. For the public, I'm not sure exactly what member at large does, other than probably meet early in the morning. Second. Huh? Second. Say it again. Oh yeah, no, I know that, but what time do you meet? Oh, good. Okay, great. So I don't have to get up early. I'm a night owl, so having 8 o'clock meetings is hard for me. Yeah, so I think I can do that job. I think I can do that adequately. But more importantly, many of you know, if you live in King County, I work for your King County government. And not only do I work for your King County government, I work for King County Public Health. And if you've been paying attention, for the last 3 years, we have been in a pandemic. And your King County government has been the national leader in the pandemic response. And that means we've all been working excessively, and that includes me. I have a very demanding job. I'm on the leadership team at Public Health. Luckily, I live alone because all I do is work. And I want other people in the community to be able to see themselves in this position. People who are not in the privileged position that I'm in, because it is a privilege to be in the position that I'm in. That doesn't mean I have like white privilege. I just have some privilege to be able to flex my schedule on occasion and serve in this position. And what's important to me is that others be able to see themselves on the dais if they too want to accept this very large and can I even say not well compensated? Does that even accurately represent? Because we get a stipend, but if you break it down, we make less than minimum wage. We make less than minimum wage in King County. And that should not be the case. We should be like Alaska. You know, they get a monthly, the president gets $2,800 a month. That's the president. That is a demonstration of the value of that position, a public servant position on the behalf of kids. And so I hope that coming into 2023, my hope first is that we really emerge from this pandemic with it in our rearview mirror. It wasn't in our rearview mirror this year. Our children are still impacted by what happened the last couple of years. We've now experienced what other schools have experienced in the nation with the loss of one of our students, actually the loss of two of our students, if we're being honest about it. And, you know, for the public, we have adopted this framework called student outcomes focused governance. And you know what? That's a fancy phrase for we are going to focus on students, because some students in our district are not doing well and have never done well. They should be able to do well in our public school system, but because of structural foundations, like Cheryl Lynn Crowther says, this system's not broken. It's working exactly the way it was designed to work. And yes, we have a Department of African American Male Achievement. That was a heroic effort on the part of many administrators in this room. And they're barely scratching the surface. Our problems are not solved. Black male problems in this district are not solved because of that department. We have a long way to go to make up for the 300-year marginalization of 400 years for my Native brothers and sisters. We have a long way to go. And so I hope that that we can really double down and ask ourselves at every juncture, is this going to impact whether or not our students are getting a high quality public school education? There are some things, stroke of the pen, we're gonna have to just decide on and vote on, but those things that matter, like transportation, like bell times, we've got to double down, and the question has to be in every single case, is this going to make a difference in outcomes for our students? That's the question I'm asking myself, which is why I said earlier, sometimes these decisions I'm not in agreement with. That doesn't mean I wasn't heard, right? It just didn't go my way, and I have to be okay with that, and just keep advocating for 100% laser focus on all of our students, but particularly those who are not getting what they need in this district. And so thank you. I'm a little bit surprised and overwhelmed by the unanimous decision. And I'm gonna accept that even though it's just seconding the whatever, I think that's what you do. I have a feeling that on occasion it'll be a little bit more than that, like things are gonna come up. And as I did in my campaign, I made no promises, but I made commitments. And my commitment still stands. I stand committed to serving the students in Seattle Public Schools, this place that I call my home.
I now turn the meeting over to our 2023 Board President, President Brandon Hersey.
Thank you, Superintendent Jones. All right. Do we need to do the recess?
Yes.
Okay, all right, y'all. My bad, y'all. I'll give y'all a break. How long y'all need? 5 minutes? 10 minutes?
How about 10?
I should have just left it at 5. All right, the board stands recessed for the next 10 minutes. Please promptly be back in your seats at 6:09 so that we can start at 6:10. Remember your integrity, and I better have pennies if y'all are late. session at 6:11. I'm not mad about it. I would now call the board meeting back to order. We will now move on to the next item on the agenda, which is introduction item, which we only have one, which is approval of the 2022-23 Superintendent Evaluation Instrument. As the sponsor of this item, I will be introducing it tonight, and will then open it up for discussion and take any questions along with Dr. Jones. Okay. Hold on. I have my talking points right here. Do we have the printed talking points for this one? I'm not seeing them. Sorry about that. Oh, perfect.
Or is it working?
Yeah, this is working. Yes. Either way is fine. Okay. Okay, perfect. Thank you, everyone, for your patience while we get a couple of little details sorted. All right. So sponsor of this item, I'll be introducing it, as I mentioned before, and we'll open it up for discussion and take any questions along with Dr. Jones. This tool reflects where we are in our transition to student outcomes focused governance. The tool includes metrics for all 3 of the academic goals, as well as metrics for 2 guardrails and 2 areas for student outcomes focused governance implementation. Once we've adopted the tool, we will schedule up to 4 executive session check-ins with the superintendent to discuss progress as indicated in Policy 1630 and Board Procedure 1630 BP. Evaluation of the superintendent. Public progress monitoring sessions also cover the goal and guardrail metrics used in this tool. The final evaluation of the superintendent will be posted publicly before the last board meeting of the year. With that, Dr. Jones and I are happy to take any questions. And so we will go ahead and open it up at this time. Do board directors have any questions about the superintendent evaluation tool? Go ahead.
Thank you, and I appreciate that a lot of the questions we got to ask beforehand and got those back, and those are available on the website. So thank you for the responses there that came back for this item. I separately of this, I wanted to just ask, is there opportunity, and even should there be opportunity for public input and like for engagement on the evaluation of the superintendent? I know that people are going to ask that. And so I just kind of want to and again, like, I don't know, I'm not arguing one way or the other. I'm just trying to gauge what that would be, what that would look like, if that is something that's appropriate.
Do you have an immediate response to that?
Yes, I think it's possible, but I would love to have a iterative process with the board, a little back and forth around what that might look like. Public process, it can be wide ranging, but I feel like we do get a lot of public input around what's happening, but to codify that some type of way, I'd be open to it with a dialogue with the board.
So there is a 360 component to the SOFG model that would fold that in. And then that's what we discussed that, and that's the same for us as well. 360 review for both the board and the superintendent. And then we discuss those with each other.
Do you want to explain what that is for people? I mean, I've read about it, but
Oh, a 360 evaluation, meaning that you used an impartial party to check in with various constituent groups, and such as the community as well as staff. So anybody that the superintendent or the board connects or intersects with has the opportunity to give feedback, and then those things are discussed. But in terms of the contract and the evaluation, it's what we have agreed to, and the public-facing discussion is around, specifically around the actual evaluation of the outcomes that Superintendent Jones is producing for students within the bounds of the guardrails and that evaluation. But so the answer to your question, I believe is yes, and that the 360 approach is the best way to do it, because otherwise you would be inappropriately subjecting a staff person to a public personnel evaluation, which is not appropriate.
yeah, and that's why I was not, that's why I asked specifically that. And also, so there's a lot, this is very specific to the goals and guardrails. Is there room, is there any other areas in which we should also be, because obviously we interact with the superintendent, on one-on-one and like communicate regularly. Are there areas outside of this that we would look to for any type of evaluation, or is this strictly like what's here is that's it? There's like, I'm not Superintendent Jones, but some of the superintendent could be off doing, we see them doing something nefarious, right? And that's not something that we can even, this is not in here. I know his contract has places for that too. But as far as the evaluation, this is strictly on his work as superintendent.
Yes.
And any sort of other nuanced something that we might want to bring into our conversation about his evaluation. Is there a place for that?
I would have to have a deeper conversation to get a full understanding of what you mean, and then we can always report out through comments or something the result of that conversation. Immediately, I do not believe so, which is like one of the components of student outcomes focused governance, where we're trying to like get really clear about what is in the evaluation and what's not, right? But I do hear your question as like, okay, how do we capture things that might not necessarily be in the evaluation? And so that, I don't think that there is, based on my understanding of the framework, and correct me if I'm wrong, there's actually a session on this during the trip that we were in Orlando. My group actually presented on it. It was Houston's school district that did kind of like a narrative piece where folks could give whatever feedback they wanted, and by folks I meant board directors, could give whatever feedback they wanted. And attach it to the document, even though it wasn't necessarily included in the actual evaluation. They found that to be more problematic than just sticking to the evaluation. And we can talk more about like making sure that that's actually what you meant, A, and then B, if not, how do we, square that? But on the first listen to what your question is, I don't think that we have a space to go outside of what we have included on the evaluation. But excited to continue that conversation.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, Director Harris.
Thank you. Going back to our compilation of questions and answers for us to base our questions and eventually our votes.
Yeah.
Number 23, I believe it was Vice President Rankin that asked for it. 3, for the implementation goals, how is, quote, prompt being determined for interim 7.2, blah, blah, blah. Keeps abreast, quote, significant, quote. I imagine there may be mutually defined in the superintendent board relationship policy and procedure. The staff response was, this will be addressed at introduction on December 14th. I believe that's today. How will that be addressed?
Yeah, so thank you. So to quantify what prompt would be, I would say 24 to 48 hours. And it could change given the magnitude of the situation, but to put a finer point on it, I'd say 24 to 48 hours. To keep abreast would be of any item that could substantially impact student outcomes or impact a policy or a superintendent procedure. And so those are the things that I would say to keep abreast on those issues.
Sense of how will be kept abreast?
Not at this time. However, I do believe so the questions are lending itself to one mechanism, but I think this is probably in response to the type of questions that you all ask me via email or phone calls or things of that nature.
I think I hear where you're coming from, Director Harris, and it's like figuring out a way to make sure that the way in which we are communicated with these things is predictable and consistent. Would that be a fair characterization of what you're asking for?
I think so.
Okay.
And it's not new news,
Yeah.
certainly to the superintendent and yourself, et cetera, that the communication from the superintendent, I, for one, would like to have more of it. I would like to be highlighting your hard work and the hard work of the staff. And again, I don't care what the hell you call it. Doesn't have to be the Friday memo, but more communication is a high goal for myself. And I suspect other board members, but I don't speak for other board members. Thank you.
Yeah, and so what would be an interesting conversation for you and I to have is like when we're making, or when I go back with Superintendent Jones and figure out what that looks like, getting some ideas about like what would you like to see? Like, is there a preference for written, phone calls, video messages, carrier pigeon? Like, we'll figure those pieces out, but it's heard loud and clear that there is a desire for there to be some structure around how we receive those communications, cadence, things like that. Okay, cool. Director Rank.
Also the communication audits and process.
Perfect.
Yeah, and to add to that, the reason I asked this and nudged in there the superintendent board relationship policy and procedure is that, as we will discuss after break, because I've requested some work session time for us as a full board to look at those, because I know I've sent stuff out of email, but it's hard to do that one directionally when we can't all just discuss. But so I guess this is my ask or nudge related to this question is, if you have the chance and want to look at any of the things that I've sent regarding that, if individual directors have things that they would prefer or like to see, send it to me and I'll compile them as we make recommendations on that policy. And then also getting that codified as a mutual agreement between the superintendent and the board in either that policy or accompanying procedure that can be changed by future boards and future superintendents if people have preferences in different ways. But I think it's important for this item and also just in general for us all to know that we all get the same information in the same way at the same time. It's not dependent on individual relationships or texting or whatever, and that we know, prompt could mean to one person within an hour, and so we need to define those and make sure that we all have that same agreement. So any thoughts that you have on that, just send it to me as you have them.
I vote for carrier pigeon.
You're training them. Director Hampson.
unfortunately, I have some confusion related to the answers to questions on, around the change in language on guardrail 5. Did we actually vote to include a double negative as opposed to just stating it clearly? I'm very confused about that. I do recall the, as defined in board policy 0030, but it was then redlined. This is question number 16.
What I do remember is we didn't like unwelcome. And so when we didn't like unwelcome, I think we put a not in there. And so
It kind of goes, it's just the, you know, the commandments version of setting the boundaries. And so, yeah, I'm just.
So for clarity purposes, if the board wants to make that clerical change, I'm certainly.
Well, if it's
supportive of
clerical,
that.
staff can make it, right?
Yeah.
I mean, that's what I'm wondering, like, is that what we actually said, or was that because we kind of had a general agreement about this and then?
Ms. Wharf, do you have any clarity on this matter?
I wasn't sure, like, when, I'd have to go back and find the video and see, like, what did we actually say? And I don't, a double negative, I don't think it reads well. I think it's harder to understand. So would think that staff could make that change, and if we, sometimes our environments are unwelcoming, is the reality.
Julia Worth, Director of Board Relations and Strategic Initiatives. When the board added in the language around defined in board policy number 0030, unwelcoming is not defined in 0030. Welcoming is defined. And so in order to align with that language that the board desired for it to reference the definitions of 0030, as well as other policies, welcoming is defined, unwelcoming is not. So we needed to change the word to be the definition of welcoming and then change the structure up top so that the schools are not providing welcoming environments.
So it's against the rules of a guardrail to do that, to say to not do something, right? Like, that's a no-no, because then you're just pretending that you're doing the opposite of what you're supposed to define it in terms of what you cannot do. And so adding the UN to the front of welcoming, I mean, this just sounds like such a stereotypical bureaucratic moment right now. I can't even. I really feel like we can handle the risk of saying unwelcoming, I guess is what I'm saying in the guardrail, that there's some legal risk there that I think we can take on, given that it's in 0030 defined as welcoming, and that then qualifies that as the opposite of that in some legal future where that is called to question, I guess is what I'm saying.
Oh, sorry.
Director Vera-Smith, did you have your hand up or not?
Yeah.
Okay, cool. Director Vera-Smith and Director.
I agree, like, you know, getting rid of a double negative would probably be ideal. But I think I understand what Julia is saying here. If we said will not allow unwelcoming school environments, you can't then say as defined in board policy 0030 because unwelcoming isn't defined. So we'd have to then change the part that says as defined. So I mean, because I get what you were trying to achieve, and you did, and so to rectify this again, we couldn't say unwelcoming as defined since that's not. So it would just mean changing a little more than that. Yeah.
So the will not allow anyone to provide unwelcoming environments already for me sounded like a little bit of pushing again. It already is a double negative, but I think, could you say, you know, will not allow unwelcoming, blah, 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 parentheses, welcoming is defined in policy 0030.
Yeah, I think we can make that clerical change if there's
Right on.
consensus on that
Thank
with the
you.
board. All right, will do.
Yeah, seems like there's consensus. Okay, fantastic. Thank you.
Great work.
Yep, glad we could wordsmith that out. Any other questions on this item? Yeah, go for it.
Sorry, I actually wanted to go back to Director Rivera-Smith's question, just for clarification, or just for understanding. If you were asking about the, public input or feedback, were you asking about it in terms of what criteria we're using, or for public input on what criteria we're using to evaluate, or in terms of how the public would evaluate?
That's a good question.
The latter.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
So
That's super helpful. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because, I was going to say, I feel like the evaluation tool is one of the main parts.
Yeah.
If not like the primary part of our job as a board. So
Right.
we should be doing that based on what we were elected to do, vision and values, all these other things that do have public components. And so that's really helpful clarification. So you're talking about the public's perception or evaluation of the superintendent.
Yeah, as we go through the process of evaluating.
Okay,
where
so
would-
that would
where
be.
appropriately, and where should,
Gotcha.
and how could public input come into that, yes.
Thank you.
All right, fantastic. Any other questions? Great discussion, great questions, great words, I think. Okay, well, this is an item for introduction, and so we'll see it in the new year. Okay. So, we also have a 60-minute progress monitoring session today on goals 2.1 and 2.2. I will pass it over to Superintendent Jones now to begin the progress monitoring session. Oh, so will we be relocating? Okay, we will also be relocating to that setup. Also, take your mic. All right, so just as a precursor to, here we go, it's when we get close. Just as a precursor to tonight's progress monitoring session, I'd like to announce that we have AJ Crable with us on the line. He will be listening and providing feedback as necessary, more than likely to me after the fact, but if there's some glaring mistake that we make, AJ, please help. With that being said, I'm going to go ahead and pass it over to Superintendent Jones and senior staff to lead us through the progress monitoring session. Take it away.
Thank you, President Hersey. And I have Drs. Perkins and Scarlett with me today. And this is a complex memo, and I think they'll help us to do more learning and understand where we're going and what the possibilities are. Before we get started, I would like to know, does everyone have their copy of the memo? So it's electronic. It's electronic, and I know Director Crone-Barone may not have it teed up either. So good evening, everyone. Tonight we engage in our next progress monitoring conversation as we take the next step in implementing our student outcome focused governance in Seattle Public Schools. And we're grateful for the time that we have to discuss this important work that we're doing to promote our African American male students' achievement and their ability to succeed in mathematics and ultimately gain access to the STEM-based pathways that we know are plentiful in the Seattle area and frankly across the world. I want to note that we continue to be in a learning stance with progress monitoring, and I look forward to continuing to learn with you, school board directors, and we are grateful to have A.J. Craybill again with us this evening. We'll follow the same sequence that we did for our review of the seventh grade math goal memo in late June. We'll spend the first 10 minutes doing an independent close read of this important memo and to refresh our memories and to ensure we are all coming into the discussion with the same information. At the same time, I want to remind you that this goal is different than the other two goals and that we just started this past summer to implement the strategies and interventions to improve outcomes. And as you may notice, we've included in this latest memo demographic groups that the board inquires about frequently, such as multilingual students and students with IEPs. So that's a new feature. Once you've concluded your independent read, I will spend a few minutes providing some suggestions for questions for our conversations. Any questions? If not, let's go ahead and do an independent close read for 5 to 10 minutes. close are we? Are we ready to come back, or need another minute or two? Okay.
Do we feel ready to begin, directors? Oh, Lisa needs more time. I'm so sorry. Please take all the time you need. All right, thank you for reorienting yourselves to the math memo. And I know that you've all read it because you've sent in some really, really good questions. So now that you've concluded reading the memo, I'll take a few minutes to orient us to the conversation on the data. As a reminder, the percentage of African American boys and teens reaching proficiency on the State Smarter Balance Assessment, SBA, in math 7th grade is our top line measure. And if you recall, we chose this measure because it's correlated with access to and success in advanced coursework in math in high school and post-secondary success. So remember, it's correlated to success in advanced coursework in math in high school and post-secondary success. That said, we're developing a portfolio of measures to tell us how well we're doing on the intermediate outcomes that precede student learning. Measures like teacher knowledge and practice and student and family sense of belonging and confidence. So before we dig into the specific student outcome measures, let me briefly provide some reminders on the different assessments we're using for you and the public watching this discussion. Number one, this memo has 2 new data points: the Spring Smarter Balance Assessment and fall measures of academic progress. We also call that MAP. And that's an interim assessment, and those results that results in math. 2, the Smarter Balance Assessment, which you are all familiar with, and this assesses 7th grade math standards and is our top line measure. And 3rd, the Fall 22 administration of the MAP, of the Math MAP assessment, is the first data point that we have for 6th and 7th graders, and we'll be sharing the projected testing proficiency at this time. In the future, we will be able to begin to look at measures of growth using the MAP assessment data. So turning back to the data in the memo, as you saw on the top of the first page, we are not on track to meet our target for 7th grade math goal. So if you look at the first page, that's where we talked about where it's orange, and orange is the interim metrics indicate results are unlikely to be delivered without significant changes. So we're off track to meet our 2023 strategic plan target for 35% of 7th grade African American males to score proficient or above on the Spring 2023 Math Smarter Balance Assessment. Second, the board voted to approve the required administration of the math measure of academic progress, MAP, in part so that we would have a clear district-wide measure for determining progress towards our larger 7th grade math goal. So if you look at figures 3 and 4, which are on page 5, on the 7th grade math interims, and figure 5 on page 5, these have both the 6th and 7th grade interims. So thank you for the support for approving MAP. So now we have interim measures that we're looking at.
Third point I want to make is the results of the fall 2022 Measures of Academic Progress MAP interim assessment indicate that 19.1% of black boys in 7th grade are projected to score proficient or above in math on the spring 2023 7th grade math Smarter Balance assessment. You can see this in figure 3, which is also on page 4. Y'all with me so far? Okay. And to walk you through other data figures in the memo, I will note that figure 1 shows that in spring 2022, 24.4% of African American males in 7th grade in SPS scored proficient or above in math on the Smarter Balance assessment. So all the data points in these figures reflect new, more inclusive definitions of African American males and students of color for some educational justice. These definitions, the updates include multiracial students and Middle Eastern North African students. On page 4 and figure 4, you can see the distribution of projected spring 2023 Smarter Balance assessment proficiency levels. Consistent with spring 2022 SBA data from figure 2, there are high proportions of our students that are projected to test at level 1 and level 2 proficiency. And there are higher proportions of our students with IEPs who did not test on the MAP assessment. Figure 5 on page 5 shows the most recent data for each of our top line and interim measures for each of our student groups of focus. And lastly, in figure 6 on page 6, we have new data from our fall 22 administration of our student climate survey, where we see that a majority of our students expecting to do fairly well on any math class that I take. This is consistent across all student groups. So, given the urgency to better support our students so they can realize their goals in math, I'm pleased to share that we have launched initiatives across 5 areas that are described in the memo. So at this point, I will pause to see if there are any clarifying questions on the overall statement on our progress or lack thereof.
Any questions, directors?
Well, I have a question, but I think it's probably best covered in the next section in terms of strategies. I mean, it relates to the data, but I think I can.
Yes, if this is just forecasting, if this is about the 6 schools and versus the 2/3 of our students and what's going to happen with the other thirds, we'll cover that in the next.
Okay, thanks.
Okay. So let's spend a minute on why we're seeing these outcomes and what we can do about it. As I shared in June, in addition to the challenges of the last couple years, our system has historically not provided math instruction that is research-based and meets the needs of every child in the classroom, which is true of many districts across the country. Moreover, we have just started to systematically invest in this strategy this spring. We need to take a hard, detailed, and long-term look at the work that we're doing to build and strengthen our systems of instructional and operational excellence. So, as you know, this data has led us to take specific actions over the past several years and to launch particular strategies that you have endorsed. In particular, I'm proud and grateful that you have approved our new K-5 math adoption, which has already been enormously helpful in getting us on track to meet our targets. So when it comes to middle school math and supporting our black youth, we believe that we know what needs to be done in the classroom. Specifically, we believe that we are now heading in the right direction, given our investments in 5 strategies as noted in the memo. So let me walk you through the 5 strategies. One is in the area of excellent teaching and joyful learning. In so doing, we've launched teacher professional development and ongoing job-embedded coaching. And this is focused on equitable math teaching practices, such as the strategy for developing the mathematical brilliance of African American males through the framework of ICU care. And this was developed by Drs. Pamela Seda and Kendall Brown. The second strategy that we're championing is in the area of strong relationships and connected families. This is where we're increasing the capacity of school-family partnerships to support the mathematical learning and mathematical identity of African American boys and teens and their families. And this is where we began one-hour home visits for incoming sixth grade African American males at 6 schools this summer. The third strategy that we're using is in the area of equitable measures and student supports. This is where we've begun to implement the MAP, the Measure of Academic Progress, in fall 2022 in grades K through 8, and have begun to study examples of African American male student success. The fourth strategy is in opportunity pathways, and this is where middle schools are collaborating with their feeder schools to support African American boys and teens to have the opportunity to enroll in Algebra 1 in 8th grade and advanced coursework in math. And lastly, number 5, it's in expanded learning and enrichment. This is where we're working on systematizing summer bridge programs with our expanded learning colleagues at the City of Seattle. Our partners they're partnering with us for incoming 6th grade African American male students and connecting these opportunities to our larger district pre-K through 12 STEM plan. So these are strategies are grounded in the research and engagement with students and families. And as illustrated in Figure 7 in the memo, we've also thought through how each of these strategies and initiatives will lead to improved student outcomes in specific ways. So I've said a lot, and now we turn to our discussion. As AJ has shared, there are many types of questions that we can discuss. There are technical questions, tactical questions, and strategic questions. So we ask for your questions ahead of time so that we can address the technical and tactical before this meeting and in other venues. Thank you very much for the robust response. Hopefully you saw that we got back to you on many of those questions. But before we move to strategic questions, I want to see if you have any clarifying questions on the data in the memo. Please.
Thank you. I did not get my questions in on time. I was a day late by a technical error. I was cutting and pasting from my doc and I missed this section. So I sent them in a day late, but I don't know that you've received them because, oh, you did? Okay. So I was going to ask them as we have this discussion, but maybe I don't have to, or well, maybe we can address some of them. I do have some I would like to talk about tonight, but regardless, I was just clarifying that. And one of them is, so as far as technical, I just asked, like, if we can put in future sessions, if we can put the goal on the top of the page so that it's clear what the top line goal was. I forget what else I asked regarding, like, technicalities regarding the actual memo. I also asked to state the authors of the memo so that we know who this is coming from. And there was a link that wasn't working, so. But I'll get more into the rest of the questions as we proceed. Thank you.
Director Rivera-Smith, did you want to answer to, were you asking a question or? No. Oh, okay.
Those are some of the questions
I just wanted to speak to that last one. Do other folks have their mics on? Is that why we're having feedback, or is it just generally because we're close? Okay. All right, I think we're good now. Specifically for the piece around the author of the memo, so technically all of it comes from the superintendent. So if you have a question specifically, you could direct it to him. And then, like, if there was a piece that you were interested about that you think that maybe Dr. Scarlett has some impact on, you could direct that question and route it through the superintendent. But just for clarification, whenever we receive these, the author is technically always, for our purposes, a superintendent. Yep. Great question.
So just in terms of the way the data is presented, and as we go through this, we're talking about primarily strategies that are related to 6 schools, but in all cases, right, I just want to be super clear, in all cases, we're looking at data for all students in those categories, right? And the reason I ask that is that, and that is part of that strategic question, and if we're not looking at those schools separately, are we really seeing the impact that we're having? If we're only looking at, so if we were throwing in another third that's going to have some sort of weighted impact one way or the other, that's something I would like to see us get a little more clear on, because it's confusing to understand how to make decisions, or how you're making decisions about strategy if we're using data that's holistic, but we're only taking action in a small group. And so is it at some point necessary to look at how are things changing or moving in that smaller system? And maybe you are and you're not presenting it here, but I think it's confusing in the presentation. That's my one question about the data, I think.
Yeah, so the 6 schools represent 2/3 of the African-American males. And then there's another third that are not in these schools. We're doing specific strategies in these 6 schools, but I hope you all would be comfortable in knowing that other components of work are available to all middle schools. For example, all middle school students and educators have the opportunity to participate in the MAP assessment, as well as the Math 7 and 8 compact and the math empowerment courses. And so they're having the benefit of being able to participate in those programs as well. I don't know, Dr. Scarlett or Dr. Perkins, if you have anything to add to that, but I think this is a really important question, because we talk about the targeted applying to the universal, and we really need to be clear on how we're spreading the good things that we're learning at these 6 schools beyond, it's not just housed in the 6, so we're trying to make sure we're spreading that.
And just before we open that box, I want to be clear that my question was actually about the data.
The data, okay, I'm sorry.
Maybe that's what you're going to answer. So let's start with that, because that other piece of it I want to get to as well. But and I think other directors had the same question, but or want more follow-up on that. But yeah, I want to know about the data.
Before we dive in, just for the point of clarification, as I understood your question, it would, and tell me if I'm wrong, but it would be good to see the broken out impact of only those 6 schools, as opposed to looping in the other third, when that's not a fair characterization of the impact of the work that y'all are putting in. Yeah, so that's what I heard.
That's correct. It doesn't change the goal, but it is confusing in reading it in this. And there's all kinds of great stuff in there and awesome answers to everybody's questions. And we still have to figure, there's still the goal to be met. So, yeah.
I think that's a great piece of feedback. I think it isn't as clear as it could be, but absolutely, you all set the goal for all students, for all of our African American male students in particular, but all students ultimately through the lens of targeted universalism. And we need to spell out, be clear that that's what the data is about. It's about all of our African American male students in the middle school grades. So, but in terms of, one more piece related to what Dr. Jones is sharing, we are committing to using our Friday school leader engagement sessions as a way to socialize what we're learning in these 6 schools. And I think that's been a common theme from the board as well, wanting to know more about the theory, about how we go from the 6 schools to the entire piece. But the data is for all, and we should be clear on that.
But is it possible to see the data on the 6 schools?
Absolutely,
okay.
Yes. Yeah.
Well, just because sometimes there's, end
Great
values and whatnot
yeah.
that might cause problems. So I just want to make sure that that's something that is, yeah, okay.
Manage this feedback. Any more clarifying questions on the data in the memo? And I know you asked a question about the data in the memo, and I was talking about strategy. So data, any more data questions? Director Rankin?
I guess I want to make sure that I understand what the conversation that was just had. Because we're monitoring for all students, and then we want to see the broken out data for the impact of these interventions and supports at these 6 schools. And okay, so internally, I'm assuming, I'm hoping, I guess confirm for me, that you are looking at the impact of those things on data at those schools. But then our goal is for all students, so you're reporting that out. Okay. So are we thinking that we see that data broken out by strategy, by school, and when? I guess.
I wasn't putting that fine
Yeah.
of a, detail on it. I just
Okay.
think that it needs to be clarified in terms of the communication as it comes back to us in the future.
Okay.
So that we can in fact see directly what's happening at this six schools. I mean, every school is responsible for doing this work.
Yeah.
And should be looking at this data. So, yeah.
So if you look at figure 2, we broke that out: African American male, students of color, first from educational justice, bilingual learners, students with IEPs. I think we could add another line for those at the six schools, right? Okay. So that we'll add that as a feature for the next session.
Appreciate all those other data points.
Yeah, because what that's gonna, or at least the way that I'm looking at this is like, as we do these interim check-ins, having that data will then let us know what interim measures you're putting in place are working, right? And I think that it would be a fairer characterization of all the work y'all are putting in to just see that broken out subset of students.
One more data question. 'Cause yes, I think having that separate line of students at the 6 schools would be great. But now, are we talking about all students at the 6 schools, or students at the 6 schools that fall into one of these other 4 categories?
Now you're asking for a lot, Director Rankin. I think we should think about that, but I want to just ask.
Yeah, I'm not expecting you to have an answer right now, but that.
Well, I am actually curious. Can either of you speak to how well our 6 schools students are doing compared to other students?
I can't
Okay.
with the exact data points,
Okay.
but what's interesting, there are past studies of Deniaki Mercer, for example, which is 3 of the 6,
Mhm.
that had some stronger growth in math. So, but again, it's a great point. I think that the challenge is obviously not overwhelming with too many different pieces, but I think what Dr. Jones suggested for figure 2 makes a lot of sense.
And then the other question, I can't remember if I asked this in relationship to this data or other data in general, but students who may fall into more than one of these categories, they are counted individually in each category. Is that correct? So an African American male student who is a multilingual learner who has an IEP would be in each. Okay, because maybe someday down the road we would want to look at within the categories if there's disparities, but I think that's important to know that we're considering the needs of what? Oh. But considering, so students with IEPs is.
I said take it easy, cowgirl.
Yeah. I said sometime down the road. But yeah, I think it is important that that those students are represented for each of the categories that they fall into. So, thanks.
Let me preface this by saying I'm not asking to see the data, but I'm curious. I think I'm surprised by how predictive some of these early tests are of future performance. And I'm wondering if you are looking at previous grades and just kind of making any observations, like particularly in elementary school. So I looked up the 7th grade math standards, and I think I'm not an educator, so I was a little bit surprised to know what 7th grade math is. And it's, but it is truly, I think if you were a struggling math student in earlier grades, I could see absolutely how you would be struggling in 7th grade, because it is adding and subtracting integers, decimals, multiplication. And so I'm just curious if your team is looking at data in previous grades and just, are there any patterns that you're noticing? Like, is there like a point where the kids are really struggling and that can be predictive of later performance?
That's why the K-5 math adoption is so vital and key. Having that missing link didn't give us a good opportunity to have a continuum of, from K-5 mathematics and that transition, beyond that into middle school as well. So having that aligned curricular material allows us to be able to look at practice across and to be able to see the alignment between the instructional practices within that as well. So that's why we're so excited about having that aligned curriculum.
I know that this is true for 7th grade, but Director Salmoretz actually jogged a memory that I have from my own classroom experience where we had our standards, but then we also have priority standards, right? Like the most important of those standards. And so I don't know, I guess my question in there is, are we measuring all the standards within the 7th grade range for mathematics? Is there also an ability to break out data by well, that's assuming that priority standards for 7th grade math even exist. I just don't know for a fact if they do or don't. But it might be an interesting facet to look at. There are all of these things, but like in the core competencies, are we seeing any difference as opposed to the full subset for 7th grade? But again, assuming that 7th grade has priority standards within the Common Core standards.
If I could, Dr. Jones, so you're absolutely. What's still accurate is that we're following basically the Common Core in math, and math had the greens and the blues and things, and those still apply because they signal what is going to be most assessed, in particular on the SBA. So that still is there. Where we have struggled recently is that the SBA hasn't been broken out by that level of strand, but I agree with you that that's what we want to get to so that we can have even more precise understanding of which strategies are moving which pieces. So that's something that we anticipate having more data in the future, but this last round was just high level.
But Dr. Perkins, please. The map does measure the strands. So the map, the interim assessment, that does measure the strands. Is that correct?
It has some of additional information, but it will have to see how it matches what you're thinking in terms. Okay. Not all the way down to those individual standards, but see if there's other. Oh. Yes. Okay. Very good. See, Dr. Jones is spot on, and I should have just listened to Dr. Jones. Yeah.
Well, that's good to know. And that might also be a conversation that we need to have as a team around, because I know, like, just firsthand, priority standards, while they are also included in the full slate of standards in general, priority standards are really where the meat of the competencies for that particular grade are. And I just think it would be interesting, and if it doesn't necessarily fit into the framework, one of the folks on the ad hoc committee tell me if that is a question that is outside of the bounds. But it might give us some indication of okay, in our core competencies, our kids are doing X, and all of these things where they're assessed less frequently and less efficiently, they could be doing Y, which might give us a better understanding of what strategies are working and what we should invest in versus, the antithesis of that.
I think that might be getting into a level.
Yeah, I was gonna say that's
under what the board, our goals are about grade level proficiency based on an agreed upon assessment. Yeah. So then below that, we would want you all to be doing that.
I think our expectation would be that is the kind of conversation that we want to support the superintendent and getting administrators and teachers to I've heard other districts have those conversations and between schools where they're focusing in different areas and therefore having different outcomes and sometimes with different groups of students, and because they're doing things differently in another building just based on exactly what you're saying. But we haven't supported as a board getting access to that data.
Right. Or even effectively collecting that data.
Right.
Because if it's we have the map, and the map is the map, but if sorry, I'm getting in the weeds. I'm good for right now. That's good. Thank you.
We're here to serve. Any other questions about data? If not, we'll get into some strategic questions that you posed. one of the questions that you posed was really around short-term strategies. And so in addition to the long-term strategy, what is your short-term plan for addressing student needs that require immediate interventions now? And so let me reference figure 7 on the back page. We really like this figure actually because it shows a real comprehensive view of what we're trying to get done. And so these are the steps we're taking in our first year as implementation, as well as our longer-term approach to the continuous improvement expectations. The immediate intervention supports available to middle schools are math empowerment courses for 6th grade students, professional development for math empowerment educators, the Success Maker program, which provides students with an intervention to develop areas of needs, and school-based intervention programs. So we're going to continue to learn from the school-based intervention programs at our 6 priority schools, as we talked about, and share our best practices, share those best practices at school leader sessions. So those are my initial thoughts on that question. What does this raise for you all in response?
No, I was, just thank you for all of this good work, because it's exciting that we get to talk about our student outcomes at this level. It's just, I'm excited that we're getting to this point. So much more to go, but, I like this as well. And I think that the answers to the questions around, what are the immediate strategies, and it sounds like they are substantive, particularly at the 6 priority schools. My wonder is about, I want to say this in the most, I learned something at the Council of Great City Schools conference around what it means to support teachers and buildings with data without hitting them over the head with it, and making them feel at fault for these very students who we are not serving, in terms of supporting them and getting to the knowledge and the know-how that they need in life. And at the same time, and that was related to one of the other questions, there's the belief gap that students who are at this level, the L1 or the L2, of not meeting standard, that it's not, somehow we have to bring those teachers and administrators into wanting to have the belief that those students need the support to get to that higher level of achievement, which is, I know, much of what is in here, and not just sort of helping them remedially, right, to get sort of limping along. And so in this interim space that we're in, I think my question is, what kind of strategy do you have to message out to teachers and administrators, hey, this is new for all of us. We've got some really good preliminary work that we're doing, really focused on these 6 schools. This is what we're seeing that's working. We want to make sure that you all get the benefit of this. Here's what you need to do, some things you should be thinking about, right now. That's kind of what I was wondering about. What are those sort of emergent things? Because we're heading into the end of, this is kind of our last shot, right, for this year, to make any improvement for the spring. I know we're projecting not great strides, but this is the ideal time for, I believe, for the check-in with students before we get too far into this next, the second part of the first semester, and then you have to tee up to get to that second semester to potentially get some of that learning. So and so I didn't know if, like, for example, math empowerment, is that like this class is now going to be we know it's offered at every school, right? And it's a fantastic class. I don't know if anyone who's had kids or knows of what this class is, but it's generally a really, really successful class, I believe. So I was happy to see that. Is that how are buildings and teachers being supported in understanding they need to look not just at kids' grades, which goes to some of the other questions, but their deeper understanding of these concepts and their ability to apply them in another situation. And to look at their MAP scores. How did they perform? Are they being asked to do that analysis within their buildings and glean something from the 6 schools that they can do to support students for some educational justice?
Yes.
I sort of wrapped all my questions into one.
That's fine. So we believe the belief gap is real, and one of the ways we're trying to address that to scale is in the ICU Care framework. In that framework, we're doing training across our middle schools on that to really give teachers the tools to how do you deal with that? How do you manage through that? We also believe there's a belief gap in how do you utilize the assessments? How do you utilize map assessments and whatnot? And so we're trying to provide training to scale on that as well. So we can't just hope and wish that the belief gap changes. So we need to make sure that we provide ongoing job-embedded coaching, professional development, so that we can do that. There's another tool, Success Maker, that we're using, and I'd like maybe Dr. Scarlett or Dr. Perkins to maybe give a little commercial for what Success Maker does.
Yeah, in brief, it's a computer adaptive tool that allows students to learn from basic assessment data, kind of to your point, to kind of identify needs, and then provide supports that go beyond the Tier 1 curriculum, go beyond, and so it's just another companion, and I think addresses, I think, a theme of many of your questions is what are we doing now? Like we need to help students right now. So I just wanted to call that out as well as another piece. That's kind of more on the technical side, and then on the belief side, it's the ICU Care work, and it's these larger conversations around the use of assessment, which I think Era Jackson, our director of assessment, has been doing great work in leading the idea of we need to address the beliefs about assessment because they're more complex than you might think in terms of Seattle. There's actually a number of teachers who've been using standardized assessments for very good reasons, and others who are not. And so, we have a lot to work with, I think, there.
I really appreciate I had to figure out how I could read it because it was so little in there, but I did. It's scary, that particular graphic that you provided, but that is really good to know that that's something that you're all thinking about because there's some great information and training out there about the complexities and the issues and the benefits of assessments. But without any form of assessments, we don't have any accountability for how we're supporting students. For that to not, I'm curious how we get to that messaging or what strategies around the messaging we can even employ, right? Like how should we be talking about it in these sessions so that, yes, it's about accountability and transparency, but like, hey, partner with us in supporting these kids because it is our responsibility as a district within the confines of the school day. That's the thing that, there's people will say, well, there's tutoring after, or there's that, it's like, well, no, we're supposed to be support. They've got sports, they've got music, they've got family, they've got jobs. Within the context of the school day, we need to be providing that, and every school has MTSS on their CSIP, their continuous school improvement plan, multi-tiered systems of support. I'm looking at you, Michelle.
No, that's good.
But then what about can think of how do we get teachers to partner with us in applying targeted universalism and, in the classroom, like it just can be mirrored everywhere. And I think to great impact, but without, again, hitting them over the head. And I feel like, we as a board don't even necessarily have that language yet to talk about that effectively.
Just to add maybe one part of that, thank you, Director Hampson, super helpful. You know, that acknowledgement of having imperfect metrics, or, measures is really there. But we think about how identity for learners is co-created between a family, that student, and that educator as well. And so when educators hold implicit biases about students and what their abilities are, then it really impacts that. So sort of that default that, the standardized tests are racist is not really the case. It's actually data that's in the hands of people who hold implicit biases about students. So one of the things that we're really doing is thinking about how do we build racial data literacy for students? How do we ensure that we have good data, that we apply compassionate understanding and also thoughtful analysis, that we really think about the conditions, the supports, and the opportunities that surround students. The work that we've done around our gap closing schools, even previously, when you think of the work of those middle schools of Aki, Denny, and Mercer, it wasn't just what was happening in that classroom at a technical level around instruction, it was also about the relationships. All we need to do is look at the call to action sort of themes from the Office of African American Male Achievement, around targeted universalism, to think about how all of those help to support that identity development between, the student, the educator, and their family as well, and our community partners, within that part as well. So that is a challenge, as we move forward. But as we really start to move from symbolic racial equity to really what this looks like in the classroom at the instructional level, that's where that ICU care framework is really helping us to think about how does this look specifically in mathematics, because mathematics is a battleground. That is where people are sorted into being intelligent or unintelligent, and particularly around black and brown people, and the attributions of who has access to being a mathematician or having intelligence in this country as well is really important.
And we heard about the disproportionality of the identification of Black students into the behavioral IEP category, where other kids who are not Black may be seen as needing more, intense challenge in math, or the ICU care. I had it all wrong in my head. I was saying ICU care, and I was like, that's not very sexy. Okay. ICU care. Sometimes the brain just doesn't quite put it together. So that's available just in the 6 schools right now. Is that a cost thing in terms of making it available to other schools?
In short, yes. It's just available to the 6 schools. We're doing sort of intensive work to really learn how it can be implemented. But I think that the idea is that, yes, it will expand to the other middle schools as we learn and figure out what's resonating most. What's interesting is that already our 6 school leaders are already pushing and to shape this to kind of which aspects of the ICU care framework are the ones that are most critical. And so we want to take that time to learn with them before expanding it out to the other middle schools.
And then you said that this is part of your administrator, like weekly, is it a call or?
We have school leaders that get together weekly, and they do professional development, best practices, and they talk about how to advance our math proficiency.
And are school counselors ever, is any of this being pushed down to their circles?
I don't know if we've employed that strategy, but correct me if I'm wrong, Caleb.
Not directly, but again, we do work with the counselors on a fair amount, so that's.
Because aren't they responsible for identifying kids that are below standard?
Yeah, so one of the strategies around the idea of opportunity pathways to make sure, for example, that a lot more students are getting access to the opportunity to take algebra by 8th grade, to take advanced coursework, that's absolutely where the counselors are playing a huge role in helping think through what are the barriers there that.
Yeah, and that's the other, because wanting to make sure that they have time in their schedule, whether it's math empowerment or, being able to waive PE, for example, because you can't waive it in 6th, I forget.
You have to take it at least one semester, 6th 7th and 8th grade, maybe 6th grade also.
But that math empowerment, so yeah,
Right.
I was curious if the counselors are involved in making sure that they're creating the flexibility within the school day, but without taking away important electives for students.
I think, correct me if I'm wrong, we're looking at master schedules as well as part of the strategy.
Absolutely, and just a shout out to Alyssa Farmer, who's our lead architect of the math work, along with many others, and she's a close colleague with Tara McFarland, who's the head of school counseling, and they are the idea of how do we expand the number of schools offering math 7-8, that combined class, so that students can actually take algebra in 8th grade or advanced coursework when they get to high school. So that is a collaboration that needs to happen.
Director Rankin, Director Vera Smith, and then Director Song Moritz. But actually, we're going to go to Director Crumbarone first, and so then we prioritize student voice here. So we will go to Luna first, and then we will follow the order previously. So take it away, Luna.
So I was just going to the SEDA educational consulting thing to look more deeply into the ICU care whole framework, which is really interesting. And there was one piece that I was wondering about and how it's being connected into the excellent teaching and joyful learning piece. One of them is used culturally relevant curricula. Use instructional materials in ways that help students see themselves as doers of mathematics and help them overcome the negative stereotypes and messages regarding who is and who isn't mathematically smart. And I was just wondering if with the Envision Math curricula, which is currently what's adopted as the 6 through 8 materials, is that something that you would say aligns with the culture as culturally relevant curricula in combating stereotypes and representation and that kind of thing?
Tremendous question, and wow, and I know we went when we selected Envision, we looked at it from a racial equity lens and if it was culturally responsive. But can you elaborate on some of the detail of what we did to make sure it met those targets that Director Crumbarone just mentioned?
Yeah, I think incredibly astute question, because yes, we did look at cultural relevancy. Of course, when the materials were adopted, it rates very highly in terms of the options that we have. At the same time, we do need the ICU care framework. We do need Drs. Brown and Seda and that work to really kind of include within the lessons, how do you call out those pieces. So as an example, as you read, that one aspect is having students develop their own understanding, honoring different ways of getting at the same concept in math. And so we need both. There's ways to strengthen it, and the ICU care is one of those ways. But again, great question.
And the curriculum in and of itself was not enough. It has to be also implemented in culturally responsive ways. So I just want to add that piece too.
I'm assuming, but just to clarify, and the ways that we'd make sure that it's implemented in culturally responsive ways would be through that job-embedded coaching in equitable math teaching practices and stuff like that for our educators?
Yes.
Okay, fantastic. Thank you. Okay, awesome. Thank you.
Ooh, it's over.
Yeah, okay, so she asked what I was going to ask, so no. Just kidding. So my question really is about sort of what Dr. Hampson referenced, and what I asked very specifically in the questions that were submitted ahead of time about goals in IEPs. And that I understand that is super tactical and super individual level. But so my question on the strategy map is, these feel important and impactful, and the most impactful piece of this math instruction is going to be in the classroom between the teacher and the student. So all of these things sound really great and are, I think, supportive of like shifting mindset, shifting the belief gap. we have 6,000 teachers. I don't know. How are we, or what is the strategy to supporting or holding building leaders, either supporting building leaders to, or holding building leaders accountable for, really setting these expectations in their classroom that may be different than people are used to? Like, we're talking about a shift. And I think we have, there's a wide range of experience and approach that teachers have, which is awesome because it's the diversity of our classrooms, and neither students nor educators are robots, and that's part of the messy, the beautiful imperfectness of all of this, is that it's human at every level. At the same time, if we're really trying to set an expectation that hasn't necessarily been set before about who is responsible for supporting certain students and showing progress on that, the thing that my wonder is, what's the strategy at the building level to provide adequate collaboration time between instructors, for principals to be really clear about what their instructional leadership, so that we're not, we have this distributed model from central offices out, but also even within buildings, sometimes there is a principal that's really just operational, and teachers are in their classrooms doing their thing. So how are we kind of, I guess, aligning and supporting everybody to understand that this is all of our job, I think, is where I'm getting at. Because this sounds great at this level, and I know that it's like the worst game of telephone. By the time it gets down to it, are educators going to feel supported and empowered, or are they going to feel criticized? Because we want the first one.
So let me take a shot at it. Whether we're talking about multilingual learners, students with IEPs, students of color furthest from educational justice, African American males, our first strategy is to have high quality tier 1 instruction. These other pieces that are the job embedded coaching and the professional development are supplemental to that, but we want to, one of our key strategies is tier 1 and making sure that's done with fidelity, almost like a service level guarantee. The other elements that we're talking about in terms of targeted strategies are supplemental to that, but tier 1 is where we're placing the emphasis, and so that's where you should be able to go across the 6 schools and the 13 schools and see high quality tier 1 instruction first and foremost. I don't know if that answers your question, but that's where we're placing our emphasis. So
The
come back at me if that wasn't sufficient.
The stronger the tier 1 and the more inclusive tier 1 is, the less need for tier 2 and tier 3. Tier 1 needs to be the strongest. But
Yep.
I know that on a theoretical level. I also don't have a classroom of 30 kids in front of me who need a ton of different things.
Correct.
So I guess this is, to me, building capacity and understanding and shifting mindsets in a broader way. And in any given classroom on any given day, there is probably a kid or two that is struggling and maybe is not. I mean, in terms of math too, beliefs is one thing, but also you were sick on the first day of fractions, and so then the next few days, it's not making sense because you weren't there the first day, and you may or may not be able to advocate for yourself, or instruction may have been sent home, and not, who knows, but at some point we have to stop and say, hey, what's and with the IEPs are a really extreme example. I know I said this in my questions, I would love to see sometime, and I know this would be a really big data ask to have, what goals are in every single IEP, but my assumption, and from what we see in the data here, and from what I know, is that unfortunately IEPs have been a codified lowering of standards. That we're not going to ever see students with IEPs achieve at the same level as students without IEPs because purposefully their goals are not at grade level standards. So if you're aiming for a target that is below what other students in your grade are achieving. And that is, so that's just sort of the water that we swim in. I'm not saying that to slam anybody, but it's an accepted practice that this student needs more support. This student is behind, when in reality, the IEP is a tool to accommodate for a disability, to allow a student the support that they need to access the grade level curriculum that their peers are accessing. And unfortunately, I think, probably nationally, that has not been the case. The IEP is a way to codify lower expectations for this student. And so that's a very blatant piece of information where standards are lowered. I think that happens in more subtle ways other places. So I guess my question is about at the individual student level, how are we encouraging, or what's the strategy to go after that mindset, where our belief gap is not just something that we have to overcome in the way we see people, but it's actually and what kind of my aha moment was seeing a presentation from Spokane School District where they had this moment themselves of lowering standards IEP goals to a lower level and started doing a co-teaching model, and veteran educators that had been special education teachers for years suddenly realized that they hadn't realized that they were lowering their expectations by practice. And I know that's specific, but I guess I'm thinking about what's the strategy to get on an individual level that examination of the ways in which things reinforce these disparities in achievement, and to actually, I'm changing this IEP goal to make it a grade level target because the student is an 8th grader, they should have an 8th grade goal.
I don't know if this will be satisfactory, but we're doing some universal design work. The ICU care framework addresses this. It's embedded in that. But maybe Dr. Scarlett can speak to this. I know that this is part of our central strategy to address exactly what you said. So I want, maybe you can get a little technical on what we're trying to do here, because that's our entire goal. So thank you.
One of the things that you said at the onset, you asked questions, so I just wanted to answer that, about this strategy and how it started. And, when we were first charged with thinking about a middle school math strategy, the first person I went to go meet with in August of last year was Jeff Clark at Denny. He's a math leader. He had been working on this. He's one of the most senior leaders. So we know we needed leadership amongst the principal corps, that credibility. Then the next people who came were the directors of schools, and they have been part of this planning with the school leaders very early on to build out this strategy. So that accountability is the accountability of having colleagues working together that have professional communities they've created, but also having the directors of schools as a part of that and helping to architect this strategy along with, educators, to really think about the best practices around that. The other part of what you're speaking about, it really is about our inclusionary and culturally responsive practices. Our partnership with NOVAC and Universal Design for Learning, that is how we create that access. We know that that if you get students and you say, okay, we're going to start again at multiplication, and they're still in 9th grade, that just doesn't work, right? And so it's about reducing barriers so that students can have great level expectations. I know, I'm thinking about a few board meetings ago, you talked about the lowering of standards and having grade level of specific IEP goals. And and having those, at a level that actually meets that. We know that by lowering standards, we don't actually ever accelerate achievement. We know that for students, whether they have IEPs or not at all, but how does the system kind of move and evolve with that? So the work that we're doing, Dr. Torres just led extended cabinet, and we had our consultants from Novak helping to support everywhere I looked. Then the school leadership session on Friday was the same thing with our consultants really helping us. And so what you named every single lever in the system that needs to be touched, by this, but we have multiple levers that are happening, and there are a whole lot of adults before you ever get to children in a classroom. So our central office, everyone understanding what, inclusionary and culturally responsive practices and how all of us on senior leadership are a part of this, our staff team within our extended cabinet, the school leaders, so multiple different levers, as we move forward and keep building capacity around this. But that is exactly what you've been advocating for, what many of us have been advocating for at a policy level, policy 0010, right? And so I'm excited about the direction that we're going through and how we can use this work that we're doing visibly, for the public to really be accountable for policy implementation, where we don't just have symbolic policy, but you can actually see it activated in ways that are endorsed by our superintendent. He said that this is the direction we're going, so everyone understands, how we're moving forward with our leadership on that.
Well, and as we continue to monitor this goal, we should be able to see progress or not.
Hi, thank you. I'm going to talk about specifically to the status of this school, and you've seen this question already. That the orange goal status indicates interim metrics. So it says interim metrics indicate results are unlikely to be delivered without significant change. So my question is, I've seen the strategy map and I've compared it to the June memo, which the link didn't work, but I dug it up. So, and I see changes. Which of these are the significant changes that you feel are going to be necessary to bring this up to where, the level where we need our students' achievement to reach? And I'll connect that to another question I had, which was, of the strategies, what evidence do you have that these are going to equal increasing student outcomes? Because I hear things like our new curriculum has helped, but we haven't met our targets. So where's the data that shows it's helped? Where are the data that shows that these new strategies and specifics like ICU care and math empowerment are going to correlate to improve student outcomes?
Let me just address a couple things. A couple things that we need to highlight as challenges are we have turnover. We have turnover in the math, with our math instructors. We have turnover with some of our math specialists. And so there's a talent acquisition, talent recruitment challenge that we need to shore up. That's a gap. So if we want to try to implement these things with fidelity and we do all this great training, job embedded coaching, and then we lose the people who are actually doing that, that's preventing us from moving forward. But also just in general, I think we need to stay the course. We have good practices, research-based, evidence-based practices that we've studied, that we've adopted, and we need some time to allow those to take hold. But there's some specific things that we can do along the way that we've kind of talked about. But I'd offer up Caleb and Keisha to talk about some of the more specific strategies. But bottom line, I think we need to stay the course. We have some good strategies here. We have a strong curriculum, and then we need to address some of the challenges, because we can't implement again with fidelity if we don't have the right people in place in terms of educators. If we have turnover at the leadership level, turnover at the technical level, that impedes us from making progress.
Add to that real fast. Obviously the goal, the status itself says it needs significant changes to achieve.
Yes.
So I hear stay the course, but I also see that it says we need significant changes. So how do we reconcile those two?
So address some of the specifics on what we're trying to do, please.
So the orange piece just does have a bit of a technical answer. So this is language that we're adopting as part of student outcomes focused governance, as part of the Council of Great City Schools, that red is really about what we saw at the end of the year. And since we're not red because, you know, we still have an opportunity to work as hard as we can with those, with all of our students and with all of our systems. So I know that's not at the core of what matters. So it's not meant to signal we think we have the wrong strategies and we need to change the strategies. It's to sort of to Director Rankin's point, we need to really start following through with the expectations piece and getting, and that's where I want to stress is, as Dr. Scarlett pointed out, and she's really been helpful in guiding this, we're going to have to do this with these 6 schools to really learn specifically how it plays out with our educators, because there's a number of educators and a number of PLCs at these buildings that are doing wonderful things, but we need to figure out how to socialize that and spread that. So that's where, in terms of if we have to make a prediction right now, which is what the student outcomes focused governance on December 14th, we're predicting that we're not gonna get there to the 35% that we said. So, but the changes are about, again, I know that sounds not like a change, but staying the course is in some ways a change from what we've been doing. We've been moving around to too many different initiatives, trying to do too many different things. The sort of radical idea is that we're going to stick to this and really work on getting all levels of buy-in to make sure it actually has the results that we want. The last piece I'll share is that we do have a robust research base, thanks to Dr. Anderson and his team, connected to each of these strategies. We've only implemented things that have gone through a rigorous review in that sense. So with that, I'll turn it back to Dr. Jones.
Just like really quick note there. During my time as a teacher in Federal Way, we went through a similar process when we were adopting IRLA from the American Reading Company. And essentially IRLA, in my experience, was really great. Had an online component, very clear and detailed about like what skill acquisition was necessary for students. I mean, as the son of a teacher, it was something that my mom would have loved to have back in the Gap. The problem is that for many of folks in our system, regardless if you were a principal or a teacher, if you didn't have the buy-in in that first year, a lot of that curriculum sat in the corner. But it was sticking the course and not bouncing from thing to thing that at the end of my time with Federal Way, which is like all told like 5.5 years, it had been fully adopted, parents loved it, and we actually started to see results. Took a minute though, right? And so, and we've had this conversation before, public education has this problem where when we realize that we can't solve a problem, we call it something different and have a new initiative and we move on and now we've got something new and shiny. Instead of doing what we're doing here tonight and clearly saying, yo, we're not on track to meet this goal. I can't remember the last time that we had a conversation that started off with that. And I mean, especially in Seattle Public Schools where we get beat over the head for trying to sweep stuff under the rug, this is the kind of conversation that we don't need to be afraid of data. Data is data. You know what I'm saying? And having these iterative conversations where we can figure out like, okay, what do we do in the near term, the short term, X, Y, and Z is I think, a huge leap forward for what we are doing and especially for what I as a director am used to. So, you know, great work on that piece. Yeah, please.
Thank you for that. Thank you for that. That response and for clarifying what that means, because I think that's what I was looking for, just to understand better how staying the course means significant change, because they sound like opposites. So I guess my question, then I'll come to one of my questions in here was, to what extent could we have the list of challenges? To what extent do we expect these challenges to continue, and what is being done to prevent them from continuing into the future?
Yeah, we are, particular when we're talking about staff turnover, we're working with our HR department. The benefit and the bane of probably Dr. Pritchett's existence is I used to be in HR. And so we're being really aggressive on our strategies to recruit, and we call these hard to fill positions. And so there's partnership with CA&I around the specific skills, competencies that we need. And we're actually sending our HR folks out to really be assertive and aggressive in recruiting those folks. But we also have to spend some time thinking about retention. These folks are highly sought after. We have some of our neighboring districts that will do whatever they have to steal some of our talent and to poach, right? So that's one of the major things. And I think that, you know, again, broken record here is to get to at some of these challenges, we need to be honest with our current situation. We wanted to, as President Hersey talked about, we want to be forthright with where we are in terms of our assessment, and we don't need to sugarcoat where we are. We're behind, and so the fidelity of implementation of these things, from our job embedded coaching, our professional development, and our collaboration amongst our school leaders, is really going to, I think, move the needle. And since I've been around Seattle Public Schools, we have jumped from thing to thing to thing without seeing it take hold. So those are the main challenges I see, is keeping our talent in place, staying the course, fidelity of implementation, and keeping the coaching and the job embedded coaching and professional development in place. These frameworks are only as good as how much we buy into them and how much we have fidelity of implementation of them.
Thank you, Dr. Jones, for answering the questions around the teacher recruitment, because I had the same intention. I had the similar questions. I'm curious about success factors. Is that something that is available through K through 5 now that we have adopted Envision as our K through 5 curriculum? And was that a consideration for the adoption committee, what kind of intervention materials there were?
Please.
To share, and I can get more details from the math team on that, but thanks to some of my colleagues, not mine, but Vision, that when we did the adoption, we leveraged some of the tech levy funding to ensure that we were going to have the Tier 2 electronic resources, digital resources, to accompany the Tier 1 main curriculum. So that is something that we're working. We don't want to overwhelm our K-5 schools with everything all at once, but so we're rolling that out slowly and deliberately, but we will have access to that. So we're excited to add that.
Second question is, there's mention of working with the city to do some of the summer learning, for example. So I did reach out to the Department of Education Early Learning, because I noticed that 4 of these schools happen to be levy schools, and I wanted to learn more about, you know, from their perspective, you know, how are they working with building leaders? So I'm curious to hear from you. When the building leaders wrote their grants, did they include asks related to 7th grade math goals, or are their grants related to other projects?
I'm going to defer. I don't know what the specificity is of that.
Yeah, you know, we work in partnership with DEAL constantly, and as things have evolved, like our college career readiness goals, they're coming alongside of us and are tremendous partners. And you know, these goals that were set are not synchronized necessarily to the cycle of, you know, a 7-year levy, you know, plan, or that levy cycle around that. So I would say that some of the schools that have historically had those investments, they worked alongside of DEAL. That has been a big part of what's helped them to synergize the professional learning communities that are fostered through DEAL, was something that really, I think, helped the Aki, Denny, and Mercer to have some really similar ways around their standards-based instruction and assessment, and you know, and the sort of think tank that is created around that. So those are the benefits. I don't know if those, we haven't quite codified all of that in sort of the next phase of partnership, but DEAL is already getting ready for the next, you know, levy and moving together. So I would say in this round, because some of the other goals are just, they've been around for longer, we've been able to synergize and move things, you know, different aspects forward within that. I think that this one will increasingly become more aligned, because that is an area of investment for them around that. So that's what I would say. And they're tracking data, you know, the same data, like the work that we did, that our board did to ensure that we have these interim measures. That is part of our data sharing agreement, and they're holding that same accountability for their schools when they're looking at achievement as well. So I think it's really helpful.
I want to take a different tact and that's that we're looking at a budget cliff from hell, and that these things are expensive. So I don't have a sense of ICU care, how much that costs, success makers. I see reference to hiring more math coaches. I believe the number was 165 FTEs from central office, and we've talked a lot about synergy between departments and collaboration, lifting all boats. Does that mean then that we, as a board and as an administration, are going to hold portions of our budget as sacrosanct, untouchable, if you will, if we're going to meet some of these goals? Because nothing is free, and I don't mean to be director wet blanket, but I think we need to be terribly, terribly candid and forthright about this. And say the Ness-Holmes or the Satterfield foundations decide, you know, we've given these people a ton of money over the years, but we are not obligated by any way, shape, or form to continue to give us that money. And how we run this district in a non-sustainable wish and a prayer concerns me greatly. And y'all have heard me moan about curriculum adoption in years past, not recently, proud to say. Curriculum adoption being one of the first things that has come historically in this darn district, right off the top of the budget. So I don't have, and Dr. Jones and I had a really thoughtful and robust conversation about this yesterday. I don't have a sense, and maybe I don't need to, but I think I do need to, know how you have charged your cabinet with reductions, given what we know today on our bottom line and our looming, that's the nicest word I can come up with, deficit. Assistant Superintendent Scarlett, you need to cut, 10% out of your budget of X million dollars. Associate Superintendent Pedroza, you need to cut X number of dollars out of your X million dollar budget. And what does that look like so that whatever progress we have made doesn't come to a screeching halt? And if we want to talk about retention, I think it would be a terrifying place to be in this very expensive city to think, well, cool. I can't stand my family and my kids and their tuition later up to, Everett School District coming down and poaching our best folks. I'm very, very concerned about the price tags and what our philosophy is if we are going to protect certain segments of our budget. And I'll leave it there. Thank you.
So my colleagues to my left and Dr. Pedroza have had the task of balancing our budget, but staying wedded to these ideals and goals of third grade reading, seventh grade math, college and career readiness. Our strategies are protected, if you will. The core of those strategies will not be gutted. Dr. Scarlett has presented a preliminary kind of list and ideation of what she wants to put forward, and she's been extraordinarily skilled, and it's been difficult for her to protect all these elements that we're going to have going forward. That means other elements it's going to be painful, but other elements are going to go first. If we get to the point where we're cutting the core out of these strategies, then we're just done. That can't happen. And so she's been up at night, I know, looking at the ceiling like, how are we going to do this? It's been stressful for all of us, but she and we have been wedded to protect these things that you saw today. There may not be as many people providing the support. People are going to have to, quote unquote, double up, if you will, but that's where we're protecting the core essence of curriculum, if you will. All right. So, with that being said, keep in mind we're a little over time, but we would like to slide right into the next work session, which I believe is on budget and transfer. So thank you for engaging with us. We learn a lot every time that we do this progress monitoring. I know
Thank you.
AJ might have some counsel to us as we move forward, but I just want to leave you with, I believe we have the right strategies. These are research-based, and we're going to try to stay the course, but I just appreciate the level of questions that you all asked and give us a lot to think about as we go forward. And thank you for your support. So you want to tee it up with AJ to give us his piece?
I'm not sure. Go ahead, AJ.
Good evening. Can you all hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you well, man. Any feedback?
No, it's perfect. Great to be with you all. First, kudos. I am so excited for this team and the work that you all are doing. I really appreciate the thorough monitoring report that the administration's put together, how you have clear data that is part of the board's goals, but then also additional data that helps explain and give more context around the direction you all are doing. I think you all have put a lot of thoughtfulness into how are we helping articulate what does the data mean. I think it's also helpful that you have made it really clear what your interpretation is. You've got multiple colors in the color scheme that identify and let your board members know, no, actually, this isn't actually on track, and it's not going to get on track without really significant changes. I think that level of clarity around your interpretation is really valuable. To the board side, you all came loaded up and prepared to ask a lot of questions. I was writing down all the questions, and I have put them into an evaluation spreadsheet, and we'll send it off to you so you can see all the questions, and you can see how I evaluate the questions, but it's all based on the rubric that I provided to you. Julia has it. She'll send it out again, so you'll have it again, because because some of you may have the version that you received last year, but we've just updated again and sent out a new version of the monitoring guidance about 2 months ago. So I want to make sure that you all have that. And so what I'll send you is a spreadsheet that has all the questions that you all asked in it, and then how they stack up in the monitoring guidance. But the fact that you all are really digging in and being really curious is valuable. And curious across a wide variety of domains. Always a big fan of board member wet blanket. But I think it's important that the board collectively is asking questions across the variety of domains, not all centered in one area. So bringing financial questions into a strategic conversation is 100% in alignment with what you're supposed to be doing in an activity like this. And so just the way that you all jumped in, as usual, making space for your colleagues at the dais who are students to make sure that they, participating in the process as well. Just big love on all of that. I want to read through some of the questions. Again, I won't go through all of this because you'll get my detailed report. I want to read through a few of the questions. I don't want you to hear any of this as these are things to remove from your process. The only thing I want to highlight, because there is so much richness in what you all did, I just want to highlight things that you will want to add to your process. And so keep what you've got, but then just how do we take it to the next level? As I'm listening to all this, by the way, I think part of the unexpected weakness and why some of the questions I'm going to highlight weren't asked is because I actually think you all are so aligned as a board and as a board with your administration that there are some things that you are taking for granted And I would encourage you to ask questions about them, even though you're already in alignment around them, just to test them. And so if there's any weakness in this monitoring conversation that I'm about to highlight, I think the weakness is just an abundance of alignment. But I'm going to encourage you to test that alignment to make sure that it's actually producing the results you want, not just matching your assumptions about what should be producing the results you want. So that's what you should hear in this, not take away anything you asked, but what's that next level of thing that you need to add an inquiry. So for example, one of the questions that was asked was, what is the strategy for supporting building leaders or holding them accountable for setting these expectations in the classroom? What's the strategy at the building level to provide adequate collaboration time? So part of the thing that I want you to get curious about before you ask a question like this question is doing a few things. It's asking really something that's almost at a tactical level rather than a strategic level. It's also asking about what you're going to do going forward. What I would encourage you to get curious about before you ever ask a question like this is, what evidence do we have that this is actually the right strategy to begin with? That more collaboration time is the right strategy. What if that's what the administration is putting forward, and I'm not clear that it is, but let's say that it is, what evidence do you have that that is the lever that's going to make the difference? Before you, because the danger that you have if you don't ask that question first, the danger you have is that you are anchoring your administration around strategies that they have not provided you evidence are working. And so that's why before you get super curious about what are the strategies that we're going to implement going forward, for almost every single question I wrote down, and you'll see this in the review spreadsheet, they're all talking about what are you going to do going forward. But this is what I mean when I say I think you're assuming that because there's so much alignment, you're making assumptions around what's working and what's not working. I'd test these things. And so before I ask questions about what's going to happen next, I'd be layering in some questions about what evidence do you have that we actually got here? A perfect example of that came up where a board member asked a question very much like that. You indicate this goal is orange, unlikely to be accomplished without significant change. Which of these are significant changes that you feel are going to be necessary? And what evidence do you have that these changes are actually going to move student outcomes? That type of question needs to be showing up a lot more often. That question was spot on, and that it brought into question, hey, you're saying this particular change is necessary, but you're also saying that you need significant change in order to pull it off. Why do you consider this a significant change? Totally fair question, spot on. And what evidence do you have that this particular change has actually gotten us results in the past? So that's the one example that I wrote the entire evening that really leans into the types of questions that I would encourage you to ask more of. So don't remove the questions that you asked, but make sure you're asking the questions to get at how do we know that the strategies are actually working. And so again, that's the kind of the one high level thing. I think it's born out of just an abundance of alignment. And so that's a beautiful thing for it to be born out of. It just means you have to be vigilant about your own biases around the strategies that you believe are going to work, get questions about them. One other coaching piece, and you all can go back and replay the video yourself to test me on this one. Much of the time, you spent more time asking your question, kind of adding all kinds of preliminary statements and hemming and hawing and so on and so forth. Most of the time, you actually spend more time asking your question than your administration's been answering the question. That's just something, the way I see boards get better at that, show up with your questions written down. Not even questions that you necessarily provided to the superintendent in advance, but like, have a list for, as you've gone through it, here are 5 questions that I'm definitely going to ask, and then just be prepared to read them. That way you're not kind of having to work to organize your thoughts. Because here's the thing that you'll see if you go back and replay this video. When you spent 3 minutes trying to figure out how to get your question out, the first question that you asked in a series of 3-minute kind of discussion, 3-minute monologue, the superintendent only ever answered the last question that you got out. And so even if the first question, even if you asked like 3 questions in a sequence while you were busy trying to get your thoughts together, the superintendent generally only answered the last one. I think largely because unlike me, he probably was not writing them down word for word. And so he probably lost track of them, because if I wasn't writing them down, I would have definitely lost track of the first one you asked. And so that's what I mean by, I think if you write down your questions, at the start of this conversation, like I want to ask this one, I want to ask this one, then just ask the question, don't add a bunch of preliminaries. And I think you'll get more of the answers that you're wanting. Because another thing that happened, there are a number of times when, because you kind of bumbled around with some of the questions, the superintendent never actually got around to giving you the answer that I think you wanted. But I don't hold him accountable for that. I hold you all accountable for that in your question style. And so that's something that's easy for you all to handle. Come prepared. The other thing that I would offer that I always offer is I'm happy to meet with you in advance to just have a one-on-one session to kind of hammer things out to figure out kind of what's the question you're trying to get at and what do you want to know. I want to give you one more example before I hang this up. Actually, I'll go back to an example I called on. What was the strategy for supporting building leaders or holding them accountable for setting these expectations in the classroom? What's the strategy at the building level to provide adequate collaboration time? So this was an example of where it took a really long time to get to the final question. And so the first part of it, I think, got missed. The superintendent tried to take a swing at the second part of it. But this is where, as board members, I think when it takes you so long to get to your question, I think you may be struggling to remember what you asked and struggling then to test for, did I get my question answered? Because here's the answer the superintendent gave. Let me read the question again. What's the strategy at the building level to provide adequate collaboration time? And the superintendent's response essentially was, our strategy is to provide high quality tier 1 instruction. That is as valuable. That's an accurate answer, but it's not a particularly valuable answer. That's kind of like saying, where are we going on this trip? And the superintendent saying, we will be driving on the right side of the road rather than the left side of the road. It is accurate, but it's just not particularly helpful. And I think part of the reason you get answers like that, again, if you give a 4-minute long intro, then the superintendent's kind of struggling to synthesize what do they want to know, and you wind up with a more generalized answer rather than a more specific answer. And again, I put that on the questioner more than the answerer. And I think if you just get really clear and precise with your questions instead of a long intro and multiple compound questions, it'll be easier for the superintendent to give you answers that are both accurate and useful. So that's the feedback I wanted to provide. I certainly want to open it to any questions you have or clarification. And like I said, I'll follow up with both a spreadsheet that identifies the performance on these, the way that we're training people to identify performance on these questions, and invitation for you all to make some one-on-one time. So any questions or anything that I can clarify before I get out of your way?
They're really burning because we're already 20 minutes past and we have another work session. So if it's something that can be emailed, consider that.
Well, again, as I want to close out, just really, really excited about where you all are in this journey, the work that the administration is doing, but then the quality of questions that you all are asking as a board and the way you're digging into it. Don't stop anything you're doing. All I'm going to do is add some coaching on. Let's add on. Let's keep getting stronger and stronger and stronger. Keep up the great work. Call on me anytime. Mr. Chair, back to you.
Thank you,
Thanks,
Mr.
AJ.
Craybill. Have a wonderful evening. Okay. We got to go back? Oh. I don't think we need to go back. Let's go ahead and knock this out. Great.
It's a work session, right? So.
Yeah. Thank you. Great job. this.
It's the week before winter break. It's always an entertaining time. We're getting there.
All right, for those of you who might be watching at home, we are about to transition into a transportation work session. This work session will be short, hopefully. We are scheduled for 30 minutes. Obviously, directors, if you have questions, you have questions. And I will turn it over to Superintendent Jones, who will turn it over to staff.
Great. Thank you. Fred Podesta, Interim Deputy Superintendent. My colleague, Dr. Campbell, will give most of the presentation, but I'd like to make a few introductory remarks. I think the last kind of budget-related work session was on November 16th, where the risk management pool and just a general fiscal update was provided. At that time, we said we'd come back to start talking about transportation. We want to really, our goal this evening is really to set the context. I think it's not an overstatement to say that, transportation has been through a very tumultuous time in the last few years, but as much as any department in the district. We were getting through ongoing labor shortages. Prior to the pandemic, we had some improvements in the fall of 2019, but just a few months later, we ceased having in-person learning. And I would say in the scheme of kind of staffing and operations in Seattle Public Schools, transportation shut down harder, if you will, than any other department, because we weren't providing much transportation. We were providing some, but not much transportation during that time. That was a considerably large workforce that was laid off during the time of the pandemic, and again was a workforce that was hard to recruit before the pandemic. So when we returned to in-person learning, we really needed to completely stand up new operations and had a very challenging year. In the prior school year, as you know, we weren't able to ever, through the whole course of the year, deliver on our service standards to provide transportation completely, and really had large shortfalls at the beginning of that year. We also faced our legal obligation to reaward since we outsource most of our transportation operations to compete for new transportation partners in the middle of that. And while that was a challenging and difficult process, I think we landed on a really good outcome. And this year exceeded our expectations of really being able to start the school year providing full service and providing good operations. I really want to thank the board for support of a two-vendor model, which, and frankly, just going into that, the fact that we had competition for the first time in many, many years was a good problem to have. It made it hard to sort out. I think we landed in the right place with splitting the work with two partners who have brought a lot of innovation, have brought new drivers, which is our chronic problem, into the system. But I had a little bit of concern: are they just really going to be competing for the same pool of drivers and trying to recruit from each other? I think we've got a model where they are actually bringing new players into the system, new types of operations into the system. So again, I want to thank the team and thank Dr. Jones and this board for supporting that model. So it is really great that our operations have improved and are actually this year operating better than they have in several years. But this is coming at a cost, and where transportation is an area where chronically the district's expenses have exceeded our state funding by a large amount. So it's really an area, as we try to find a path to a balanced budget, it really just bears some examination. So I think I'll turn it over to Dr. Campbell, who can really describe kind of where we are and set the context. And at this point, again, we're really just trying to set the table of the major moves we're going to be evaluating to try to see if we can find significant efficiencies in our transportation system. This is not to present those options. I would strongly advise, if you would are willing to take advice from me, is to think about transportation when you see our whole balancing package, because you asked a very good question in the last work session, Director Harris, about how are we setting priorities. If we make decisions too early about, well, we can't touch this in transportation, then you're not doing that. This is not the time to make anything in operations sacred until you see the whole package and what the trade-offs truly are, because we are facing a very challenging set of circumstances to balance the whole district's budget. So with that, I will shut up and turn it over to my amazing colleague, Dr. Marnie Campbell.
Good evening, everybody. It's nice to be here with you. I want to say hello to our student representative. It's wonderful to see you here. I just want to say first off, if I may, is that okay? Sure. I mean, it's a little muffled. I was brought on in mid to late August as an interim executive director, and in the ensuing time, some things have happened in transportation. I'm now actually leading transportation and honestly learning. And I like to think I'm a pretty fast learner, but there's a lot to learn. So I want to give you that caveat. I have educated myself, and I believe have actually acquired maybe another doctorate in education at this point in the amount of time I've put into this. But I do it because I care so very much. This is essential to our district. I've never seen, and I've played a lot of roles in the district. This is my 21st year in the district as a school leader in special education, executive director of schools, executive director of curriculum instruction, and now in operations. So all of these things, I very much see how they all coalesce and how they all work together, and I just want to start with that. I also want to apologize because I know a number of you wanted to see much more detailed analysis. The intent of this is to really give you an update, and I'm not a believer in pulling punches. I mean, I think we have to be real. I didn't, my intention was not to step in a hornet's nest about bell times, but these are simply things that have come up before, and I believe they need to come before us again. These recommendations, for example, on efficiency and efficacy, and I added the efficacy because I think efficiency without efficacy is not the right way to think about how we operate as an organization. But these all come forward from Hunter Maltese, so our last manager of transportation. These are not new. So I realized that it was alarming. It's been alarming to some community members, and I've recognized alarming to you. I promise you we will do detailed analysis, but I don't want to get ahead of that. I don't want to jump into that until we really have an idea of what we want to do. The idea about building efficiency has existed for a while. As I said, Director Maltese or Manager Maltese had these ideas, but it's even more intensified now, and just wanted to put it out there. But again, I'm not intending to withhold work. That work and analysis will be done. I just want to give you that caveat. We can do that, and I have some tools that I can share with you. All right, so tonight, I just basically, as an update, want to do transportation today, December 2022, vision and goals, a quick data update, just a reminder about legal requirements and service guidelines for transportation, and then some potential solutions for efficiency and effectiveness or efficacy. So if we can go to the next slide. Thank you. And I don't know if you can see this, but I went around and I just want everyone to see that human face of our transportation department. It's a phenomenal department. They're tucked back in the backside of the building. They are people who are here. They cannot do their work remotely. They're on phones. They're out in the field. They are right here doing the work, and they're just a phenomenal group of people. In the upper right-hand side, you can see those are vests that our crossing guards and bus monitors wear, and then you can even see in the foreground some little dolls with a car seat. That's for the a special sort of 5-point, I don't want to say harnesses, but seat belts that certain students, it's useful for them as they're on buses. So, and there's Evelyn, if you know Evelyn up on the phone, she's second in the top from the left. She's phenomenal, great customer service. She leads our team of interventionists. And I just really wanted to share that with you so you could see the human face of our department. The next slide. I just wanted to make sure that you understand, and I realize this is teeny tiny, I always do this, that we align to our goals. And so the goals we've just been talking about, and we've been talking about the 7th grade mathematics goal, but the 3rd grade reading, 7th grade math, and students ready for college and career with advanced coursework. I will read the vision statement to you. Since it's tiny, students will learn and thrive when we see, support, and welcome every student and every family every day with respect, care, and consistency in their journey. And I really have seen that as a school leader, how critical that journey is from home to school and school to home. And I see it even more so now. So that the journey of learning begins the minute they cross their home threshold, head out into school. So transportation really is part of setting our students up for the success, absolutely tied to our strategic plan. And the next slide, similarly, the guardrails are a little more directed toward things we might think of as operational. But I think that the second one is particularly relevant. We will not allow operational systems to deliver unreliable service. That was our primary goal as we launched into this school year. So I just wanted to share that. Did you want it? Is there, okay. Feel free to stop me as I go forth. I'm happy to be interrupted. So really, I mean, coming into this work in the fall, really we had some very simple goals, and they might seem very baseline, but frankly, you know, the last few years, and I was at a school where a large number of our bus routes were cut, and I saw that very real impact and lived with it throughout the course of the year. So really, coming as a practitioner into this role, but I understood the impact district-wide. Our 2 service providers work in collaboration so that every route is running on time every day. That was job 1, and guess what? We did it. Like that, I didn't want to promise that. We sent out a memo saying we might not be able to do it because we wanted to under-promise and over-deliver, but we did it, and it took a little bit of work with our 2 service providers, but they really authentically collaborated, where they are still definitely competitors. But we had an agreement, and Fred and I sat down with him. I said, look, the victory narrative we want here is that school buses are running. Frankly, people are pretty agnostic as to whether it's Zoom or for student. They just wanted bus. I almost said it, I almost swore. People just want a bus, right? They don't really care. Mm-hmm. The competition, I believe, has created these conditions. And I don't always love competition as a necessary motivator, but in this case, I believe it is the reason why we are having the service we are having. We are working hard to have a full roster of support staff, including crossing guards and bus monitors. We are still short crossing guards and bus monitors. That is a group of people that we lost them during the pandemic, and bringing them back has been very, very hard. Bringing them back vaccinated, that last year was the challenge. Our field staff supervisor went out door to door, knocked on doors, and all the people to help encourage them to get their vaccinations. So that's been a piece of work. The other challenge there is that the process for application was not automated. It was all on paper. So some of the work I've done is to I've gotten that into NeoGov and to try to get more people applying online so that we can follow our regular procedures. We're working hard to have full staffing in the transportation department. So we have been, we are adjusting and realigning, and especially now, but it requires a special kind of person, particularly the potential new director of transportation, unique set of skills. We focus on responsiveness to phone calls, emails, and communications, and Let's Talk. So that is really critical too, and that is daily work that we do. So these are, again, these things that I said, these are immediate baseline things we've got to do, the things that I know I experienced as a school leader that families experience. And we want to use digital tools so that families and schools have fast or faster access to more information in real time. That, and some of you, I think, asked questions about that, and again, please stop me if you have a specific question. Zoom has an app that they pushed out themselves to families that families have really enjoyed. They are a ride-hailing company, so that was a big part of their business model. As it was a little bit of a time to get people acclimated to that, but people are used to using apps of that type. First Student is still building out its family-facing app. We're doing some work with them to make sure it complies with our VPAT, with our ADA compliance, and a few other things that we need them to fix. So we would love for that to be accessible to families. It would enable families to feel that much more confident, and it would also enable us to maybe streamline a little bit. Did you have a question, Leslie? Dr. Harris, sorry.
Thank you,
Okay.
very much so. My recollection of the contract and the RFP was that our good friends at First Student promised us the family-facing app. And I, in years past, have spent some time with our friends at First Student, and I know that internationally, they advertise, because international conglomeration, and we listen to senior corporate officers in this room promise us that. So I guess I'm confused. Learn me up, please.
I've got a little bit of more background with this possibly,
Thank
Dr.
you.
Campbell. So
Yeah, thanks. No, absolutely.
They have, in this contract and the prior, made an app available to us. It is in use in more than 200 districts around the country. We have some specific requirements here that require some integration work on our side to actually get it implemented. Both vendors were pushing hard to try to get us to do that work, to have it ready for the start of school, but we just had so many changes. So it's really a partnership. Zoom, because of their ride-hailing background, I think their design makes it that they can they can make products available to families with or without us. First Student is kind of more integrated into our system, so there's work that we need them to do and that we need to do to make that. But I think they've fulfilled their contractual obligations. This is why we like competition. I mean, I think on this front, one of our partners is more adept than the other, and so that's one of the things we'll be looking at. But I do believe that, again, First Student has made available what they proposed. We have work to do to integrate it with our data systems. That is not complete yet.
Yeah, and I thank you for that, Fred. And there are just some technical pieces of it, and I'm happy to follow up with you, Director Harris, and some more specifics that I have a meeting. I've met several times with that team, and I need to meet with them again to say, here's some things from just a privacy and legal perspective that we need them to develop a little bit more. It works, but it doesn't meet just a few. It requires some implementation on our part, and also has some potential data privacy issues. I'll just say that. I don't want to, it's fine, but we have some work we need to do before we're comfortable saying that we're sponsoring this as a district. Thank you. Yeah. I will say that the school dashboard we are rolling out, and that's actually a boon, because if schools can look on a dashboard and see where the ride is, that's huge. I mean, and so as much as families want to know, it's also something when schools are waiting for buses to show up and/or at the beginning or end of the day, that's also significant. All right, and I just wanted to share, next slide, just a little bit of family feedback, just because we like to, sorry, completely not visible. But this came from families, our student traffic safety committee. So just sent these to me and said, we've just heard such positive things. I said, send it. I'm sure the board would like to hear it. This year has been an incredible improvement. We've had a bus from the beginning of the year with no issues. Our bus has been slightly late one time, and the driver apologized and had a completely understandable explanation. He's even reminded us about early releases, and I'm a mother of a fourth grade student. It is our fifth year in the school, starting in kindergarten, and our fifth year using SPS bus services. Compared to the last year and the year prior to the pandemic, our bus service has vastly improved. We have had 0 late and canceled buses since the beginning of the year and have had no complaints regarding the drivers or experience from our child. Now, of course, that we have had a few hiccups, but this is by and large the feedback we're getting. So I just wanted to really celebrate the positive things, the fact that we were able to launch the year with a full roster of buses and transportation. So hooray to the transportation team and to First Student and Zoom. Thank you. All right, next slide. So the other thing I want to mention, about 70% of our students do not use district transportation. However, getting to school is still part of our mission. So we do have a project manager, a Safe Routes to Schools project manager who works with the city, is funded by the city, who sponsors things, and there's our own Dr. Jones and our mayor and Lori Dunn, who is our leader in PE, walking, biking, alternate routes to school, safe routes to school. So that is just, I just wanted to really highlight that as well, that we are also thinking about our overall health as a city, physical health and environmental health, that we also want to acknowledge that that's part of our work, is really supporting alternate ways of getting to school. So that's just a few highlights of data. Some on-time performance data, and I want to clarify, Zoom represents their data AM and PM, and then overall. So the first student data is AM. The AM is a harder target to reach, the AM on-time data, and so that's why first student, that's how they've typically represented it. But if you aggregate it, it's at, I should pull this up on my own screen because I can't read this. I believe it's 95%. Yeah, 95% overall on-time performance as of the week of November the 11th. And 96.3 on-time performance by first student. So we aim for 97 to 98% on-time performance. And part of our work is just analyzing, where are the holdups. There's usually a few key routes that are difficult. Sometimes we have to consolidate the route, make it more efficient. Sometimes it's just a high traffic area, so we have to think about, when we pick up and drop off and those kinds of things. So that's just one of our key performance indicators, or really our main key performance indicator.
It might be worth noting that the AM on-time performance is the key performance indicator built into the contract, which is required to be reported monthly. So what we see in these altering layouts between the two vendors is Zoom is providing more detail. First student in this case has provided what's in the contract that they're required to provide.
Thank you. Any questions about this? All right, next slide. This is a slide of ridership.
This is just for students. I think we had them on two different slides.
Yeah, I know. Can we go to the next slide, though? Yeah, 96.3. All right. Ridership over time, you've seen this. Some of you have noted that. As of today, it's reported to me that we have 1,699 riders overall in the district. So not all of those riders are eligible for the state count, and that's something I've learned for any number of reasons. If they're not riding on a school bus, they do not get counted on their state count. So that the number of riders might not match the number of students reflected in the state count. So that's just an important thing to note. And the next slide. So this is our fall period state count data. Average distance, and these are the things that the state asks us to report 3 times a year. We're just completing the winter state count. 2.22 miles is the average distance. And again, some of you asked, it was a great question because I researched it. But it is basically if you take every single school bus or bus stop and its distance to the school and average them out, it's 2.22 miles. 102 destinations, 9,525 basic program riders, and 3,191 special program riders. So again, those are ones that can be counted. Some of the routes that Zoom has are currently being serviced by vans versus school buses, and that was not optimal, but that was a result of some supply issues for them. There are reasons why that's actually been good in a way, because it's enabled them to train more drivers more quickly. It creates a pipeline because they can be learning without yet having their commercial driver's license. So it actually has been an interesting pipeline experiment. Sadly, we cannot count those students on vans as for the state count. That's just what the state has decided. Nor can we count students just on any alternative service provider. Yeah.
Wait, sorry,
go ahead, Liza.
for the state count, that's okay. So the state count, if they're still basic program riders, but they're on a van, not a bus, the state doesn't include them?
Correct.
Okay.
Yeah. So, and some of you have asked, and I will just say again, because I just, if there were to be any change in the state, the way the state does their funding formula, to include alternative service providers actually would be quite powerful. And even some of our alternative service providers that are driving smaller cars are actually operating electronic vehicles, hybrid vehicles. Like, it might actually ultimately be a really smart choice, especially where we're looking at some of our routes just having smaller riders for any number of reasons. We don't have a lot of options, so we put a very few kids on a very large vehicle, and it's not really great for anybody. So if we could count our kids on alternative service providers, that would actually make a big difference for us, because we just wind up putting a lot of kids on alternate vehicles because it works better for them, and it gets them to where they need to go, and that is our primary job, even though we know we're not getting reimbursed for that. Yeah, Director Hersey.
Totally understand that and think that that's a great idea. The biggest complaint that I've heard about that particular model is that it's really, or at least there has traditionally not been a density of union represented members that participate in those multimodal scenarios.
Yep.
So what I'm wondering is there a way, well, that might not necessarily fall under our jurisdiction, but that would be a concern for
sure.
me. Yeah, so if you have a response and whatever that might be.
Absolutely, and I'm just sharing with you what the kinds of information I've been getting. I mean, we have a couple of competing interests here, but yes.
I think the district as a policy leader, I mean, there have been various movements over the years to organize drivers in that business model, and perhaps if the board chooses to use its authority as a policy leader, saying that those, anything that the legislature or others can do to remove any barriers for those types of drivers to organize. We made it clear our labor harmony requirements with our vendors, and actually, like, let them know that, hey, this model works for us. It would work even better if all the drivers were represented. That we wouldn't have that split. It would also probably, make this an easier thing to accomplish in Olympia.
That's super helpful.
Yeah.
But you're also talking about, like, for example, for student drivers, Teamsters, we're not reimbursed if they drive a van. And
They're not driving vans.
Oh, okay. So the vans are being provided completely through a different. Sorry, I
mostly through Zoom.
They're Zoom vehicles.
Zoom, okay.
And they are ramping up, and this has, so it's provided. That's how we've been able. That's one way Zoom has been able to really get more drivers into the market, is that they can.
Gotcha.
Get them employed and making money for the company, but also paying the drivers right away as they go get their commercial driver's license and then get ready to drive a yellow bus. But we use our buying power and our policy authority to let everybody know that, hey, we like having represented drivers, regardless of what kind of vehicle they're driving.
Thank you. Any further questions? Thank you. Yeah. Anything thus far? Okay. All right. Someone had asked the question why the decrease in ridership. And that, overall, there's an inconsistent service last year, the last couple of years. Some families have made other arrangements, and this is from my department members. I maintain those arrangements. ORCA cards. So this is the first year that we have given ORCA cards to all. We can no longer count students with ORCA cards. So we used to count them toward our state count, and then we would buy the ORCA cards, but it was still a net gain for us. We no longer count those students. So that is a definite shift in our numbers. There's some shifts in some grandfathering of transportation. We are using some more alternative service providers. That, again, is just, to meet the needs of students, to get them where they need to go. So we also, last year when we lost routes, more students opted for transportation, maybe through their IEPs, which then literally drove alternative service providers. So we're working on adjusting that, which I can talk more about in a moment. So next slide. So this is the one that I'm just sharing with you broad numbers. We absolutely can get more specific. This is our adopted budget minus what STARS has told us, that is the state reimbursement model in July, what they anticipate they will reimburse. So there's our gap. And that we can talk about why that is what it is, but it is what it is. We may wind up spending less than 51 million. That was projection, and our budget analyst, based it on, we don't have the last couple of years, we don't have really good historical data. We know that costs have gone up in terms of labor and fuel and other kinds of things. But there are other reasons why this gap has widened.
I think you have a question for
Yeah.
Director Sung.
I think it would be helpful to have some historical data on the number of buses that we have been using, because that seems to be driving our actual cost. And so I think that was like one of my big
Yes.
questions between what happened between last year and this year. Did we plan for a return to the original number of buses, because now we have the 2 contracts, and that's why we've got this budget estimate? And how many buses are we actually using?
Right.
And so I'm just trying to like drive in as to, is this 52 million actually what we're expecting our transportation to cost this year?
Right.
Or do we have any hope that this deficit is smaller than what it's being presented right now?
That's a really great question. So, the quick answer is we run what we call controls. A control means a bus and a driver. A single control might run a number of routes. So that's one way of thinking about expenditures. We run 340 controls. And I made a cool little tool that I'm happy to share with you that lets you kind of play around with the different variables. So if you're estimating an average number of about 30 kids per bus, which we're a little higher, but it's just an easier number to work with. We're average 39. At about $100,000 per bus, that's a little low, but it's a good number to work with. How many controls are required if we're transporting kids in 2 batches, 3 batches, 4 batches, just to kind of see that if we can change some of those variables, we can change the cost. So if you want to see that, let me know. I will send it to you. I just made a little spreadsheet. So
Over the past
Yes.
the years of our previous contract, and understanding that we weren't offering in-person service for a long period in there, but when we had full ridership, this has been a pretty stable number between 340 and 360 buses. And this budget was built on an assumption of 355 controls, and so it sounds like we have found some efficiencies.
Here, when we had to suspend some routes, how do you know off the top of your head? You can give it.
We eliminated 80 controls, and our goal at the time, I believe, was 353. So we were, and that really has informed when we start talking about the reductions we're trying to achieve. We're kind of using that as a benchmark to get to, to look for models that get us back to that 280 control level.
All right. Just a reminder, and you all are, if we can move on, thank you. Our transportation funding model, I don't know, is Linda Sebring still here? Did she leave? Okay, Linda's we lost her, okay. I have this binder is full of all the information about STARS, which is the state transportation funding model, but we are funded on the lesser of prior year's expenditures or our expected cost based on a regression analysis. The funding is heavily weighted on 2 factors, the number of riders, and that's not individual students, and that, to wrap your head around that means we're just counting riders on buses. We're not saying this person rides at the beginning and end of the day. That's not how it works. It's just simply riders being transported to and from school, the number of destinations that buses take students to and from. Those are two of the big factors. The number of buses we use does not, so basically it's up to us to move riders to places as efficiently as we can in order to meet the state's criteria. if you think about Seattle, if you think about both our city and how we do school, which I think is wonderful, where we give lots of choice and lots of options, it becomes a little less efficient because we are moving kids to lots of different places. And that's why we see that gap. I mean, that's a short answer to that. Dr. Rankin.
I was just going to channel Jolynn Berge and add that there's another factor that's used where they compare comparable districts.
Yes.
And we don't have a comparable district.
Correct. Yes.
So when that's being evaluated at the state level for if districts are spending appropriately or not according to the formula, that is something that is uniquely negatively impactful for Seattle.
I literally have a note right here, Director Rankin, that I typed that says, we don't have a peer district to model from. So yes, we are sui generis in so many ways in Seattle, but definitely transportation is where we see that bearing out. Contractor costs have increased, if you want to know. Let's see if there's anything else. I have a lot of details here. If you have any additional, we have some of our buses that are being run right now are leased. And just so you know, that has an impact because while we can count riders on leased buses, there's a depreciation factor that the state also gives us. We can't count on that depreciation factor if we're using a leased vehicle. So that's just another thing that we're facing right now. Yes, Dr. Harris.
Was that taken into account in our RFPs and our contracts? Assistant Superintendent?
It was taken account as we evaluated proposals, and we're kind of negotiating prices. We have allowed flexibility, whether it's lease buses or vans, to try to get a second provider into the market, understanding that it's a huge capital lift for them on upfront. So we're still having discussions about the flexibility we gave to the new partner so they could stand up a business, has impacts on our reimbursement, and so we're.
Do we have any kind of a guesstimate? And I appreciate first year competition, blah, blah, blah. Do we have any sense of how much money we're losing because of that?
I think we can certainly provide that.
Because that feels like extraordinarily important new news to me.
And then I think we should also add that this is something that we expect to be corrected over the course of this year.
Yeah.
I mean, this is going on for a matter of months, and it matters. But we felt, to get another player into the market and get all the benefits that we were going to get, it was worth taking the hit.
And I'm not suggesting it wasn't worth it. I'm just frankly shocked. That's all.
Yeah.
And would like more information.
Sure.
Sure.
Thank you, sir.
Yep, we have a note about that, and thank you. These are just our bus contract budgets, so you can see the increases. Any number of factors that impact the cost of the bus contracts. Yeah, Director Songwards.
I think I'm surprised that the number in 21-22 is so close to the budgeted amount, given that we had reduced the number of controls by, it sounded like a third, right? So why were we only able to save $4 million?
I think the budget estimate was probably low that year, and this ended up being roughly the equivalent of going to 3 tiers. As we only did over part of the year, so we eliminated 80 controls. We started bringing them back almost immediately. We never got there, but and we had estimated then that was about a potential $5 million savings. So I think it's in the ballpark. We can drill down into these numbers a little bit more. Whether the budget number was too small, but we ended up close to it. And then also in the remaining buses ended up paying for more extra time than we would have for the buses that we were using.
Is fuel calculated into these costs as well, or no?
No, this is just we buy the fuel directly.
Okay.
Thank you. Next slide, just a reminder of the legal requirements. So we are legally, not that we would ever do this, but only required to transport students who have transportation indicated in their special education IEP, or students who are entitled to transportation because they are unhoused or are covered by the McKinney-Vento law. So just know that those are things that we are legally required to do. And then the next slide. So these are our constraints, those legal requirements, our own transportation service standards, which you are familiar with. Ride time, so attendance area elementary and K-8 schools, 45 minutes or less where feasible. All other routes, 60 minutes or less where feasible. And definition of ride time, the time the first student boards the bus until the bus arrives at school in the morning, the time the bus leaves the school till the last student is dropped off in the evening. And transportation to option schools and other program schools is also part of our transportation service standards currently. Next slide. So just again, this was in Fred's and my conversations, and I'm probably, coming out the gate a little early in terms of the larger budget work that we're doing, but in reality, in order to be responsible in our system, regardless of what other work we're doing with our budget, this seemed like a reasonable reduction to shoot for, about $7 million, which would be about 70 controls. It's not precise numbers, but it's a good way to think about it. So reducing 65 to 70 controls, that's a bus plus a driver, that's approximately a 20% reduction. So that's what we're aiming for, just as an initial start that I wanted to share with you. And that's, again, just to bring us into alignment with what we believe the state expects of us. We are, in terms of our KPIs with the state, and again, we do not have a peer or a like district in the state, but we are ranked last in the key performance indicator of basic riders per bus out of about 23 districts. We're about third or fourth from the last in terms of special ed, that is the number of riders per bus. So that just, again, is an aggregate, and what that means is that, again, I believe it's because of our commitment to getting kids to school, to their programs, to all of the things that we want to do. It means that our buses just run not quite as full as they might in other districts. So this gets us to the slide where we're just thinking and we're just imagining here some of the things that we might do. This first one, I think, is our responsibility regardless, is to return more students with IEPs to general education routes and create more inclusive communities. That during the time when we first returned from the pandemic, only students with IEP services were getting bus routes. And I know that I saw in my own school, in order to really serve and meet the needs of families, some decisions were made maybe to add transportation to that IEP so that student could get that service. And we know that that's happened in a number of places. So the first thing we want to do is take a pass at some of our service model 1 IEPs, see do they have transportation in them, and is that something that it might be better and healthier for that student to move back to gen ed route. So that's something that we think we should do regardless. It will result in savings potentially and getting more riders on those buses, but it also will be the right thing to do for our students. There's a couple of models where we might think about a slight shift in what I'm calling a modified 2 tiers. So if we shifted some bell times for a few programs, it would enable us to piggyback a couple of routes. And our transportation staff they know which ones can fit together. So that might be one approach. And I want to say up front, moving to 3 start times, and again, although we frame this as a transportation issue, we all know it's really a schooling issue, right? This changes just about everything about school for everybody, and I'm not unmindful of that by any means. But it happens to land in transportation, so here we are. But I very much see how these things all come together. This alone would probably get us to our 65 to 70 controls if we move to 3 tiers of start times. We might, and again, and I can and will model this out, it might take perhaps a combination of all of the others to come even close to that impact. So we really just want to think about all of the other shifts. So we could do a couple of modified 2-tier start times. Again, those two second and third bullets are that. An opt-in transportation process, we could look into that. That's something that districts do. So we would want to make sure that we were mindful of equity, that we don't, some families that might not proactively opt into transportation, we would have to find a way to make sure that we're not leaving them out of that service that we want to provide. Similarly, we could look at opt-in for option schools, or there are some other models that we could do for option school transportation, certainly not eliminating it. But there are other, Everett has an interesting idea that I've seen where they pick kids up at their neighborhood school and then take them to their option school. So it makes the routes a little more efficient so that you don't have to drive all around to a lot of different places. So there's a couple of ideas like that we're investigating and exploring right now. And I actually have a project manager who's working on researching this right now. Yes.
So, given that all of this wonderful information, because we have received quite a few emails, there is not a proposal at this time to move the district to 3-tier bell systems. Is that correct?
Correct.
And there is also not a proposal at this time to cut transportation to all option schools. Is that correct?
Correct. I mean, these are, thank you for clarifying that.
Fantastic. Yeah,
Dr.
no,
Hennessy.
I just, if somebody could take that clip and blast it out, I think that would be really, really helpful, because we've already started to receive a few emails.
For sure.
And that clarification is super important.
I think it's probably worth noting that of all the analysis that Dr. Campbell is talking about, the thing we don't really need to do analysis into is 3 tiers. We understand that system. We know what it would do. We've kind of set that up as an aspirational target in this exercise to see, so what combination of everything else on that list could save the equivalent amount?
Yeah.
That's what this exercise is really about. And again, I think the board, would do itself a disservice to take any option off the table until you see the whole, because you're going to be trading general fund dollars in transportation for things that are so critical that we really need to understand everything. So we understand how difficult the conversation about, we were here, we paid attention, we know how difficult that conversation is. We are facing some very difficult choices. We just didn't seem intellectually honest to say, well, here's something we know we could do, and that we're just not even, we're never going to talk about it again. Just did not seem like a good faith approach to this work. So that's why it's there. But no, there's no such option.
Wow. Sorry.
That's right.
No, thank you for that, President Hersey, for emphasizing that point there. And one of my questions, my computer's about to die, so hopefully I remember and wrote it down enough. But regarding this slide, having an estimate of what the expected cost savings is from each of these, I think is what I personally would need to give the answer you gave, which is you need to know the direction we want to go. Well, I can't really give that direction unless I knew what the amounts were in this, the cost savings expected were, because that that has to factor into it. But then I also go back to when on a previous slide you had a thing about the goals being not just cost savings, but actually a reduction in controls. So my question is, which are those equal goals, or is one more important than the other? Do we need to achieve both of those? I mean, I know that you kind of do achieve both together, but some things, like you said, like the reduction in option schools might not actually save money, but it would reduce controls perhaps. So I'm trying to understand better what your goal is, which of those is, if there is a ranking of those two different goals, and then again, knowing what the cost savings of these would be necessary for me to give the direction of, like, yeah, this sounds like something to pursue versus not. I'm assuming they all have some amount of that, but I would like to know what those are.
For sure. And I will say, I think for the purposes of this, it's not just a thought exercise, it's just real, but controls equal cost savings. So in other words, the way to think about cost savings is to reduce the number of buses on the road. That's it. So each one of these has the potential to reduce the number of controls. So for example, if we adjust the transportation service standards, and this is just speculative, but let's say we increased that elementary school ride to 55 minutes. we might then be able to, and this is the analysis we can do, but it's going to take some, we want to give you accurate analysis. We might get 5 more kids per bus in elementary school. That might then aggregate out to 20 controls, right? 20 buses. So we think of that, our costs primarily come in the form of buses on the road. And the more we can get efficiency around a bus moving as many kids as possible, the better. So the cost savings really is, we would reflect it in terms of controls. That's what we can manage. That's the variable that we can manage in terms of how we do our routing. So does that help? That's all right.
And I know you can't predict quite yet, but would you agree that there could be cost savings in an increase in revenue if the state was to reimburse for alternative transportation? You wouldn't necessarily be lowering controls, but you would have a cost savings per se because you're making more reimbursement.
Sure. I think that right now it does not look likely. In fact, our analysis of the potential shifts to the state funding actually has us losing quite a bit of money. And their alternative is they said we can hold you harmless. Well, as you can see by the basic math, holding harmless is not going to help us. So there's another factor in here is while we might lose riders, like if we were to say just restrict transportation overall as a move, yes, we lose revenue from the state. However, we're also just reducing our costs overall. So I think there's 2 things for us to think about. We do get reimbursed by the state, but we know that for the past little while, it has not come near to our expenditures, and our expenditures primarily hang on, again, choices we have made. And they're choices, I understand why we've made them, but we've made some choices that result in just more expenditures in terms of how many buses we run to move how many kids. It comes down to that, basically.
Thank you. Yeah. And so regarding these suggestions, again, knowing what those cost savings would be would be paramount to knowing. But just on their face, I definitely, I appreciate the many options you have here. And definitely, I know the first one that jumps out is just the efficiency of opt-in transportation. And are we close to that? I know for a long time Ashley said we were working towards it. How close are we to that?
Not terribly close. So we try to be, but I don't have a figure for you. But if we were to say you must opt in order to get transportation, that would cut our ridership significantly, which would then result in that fewer expenditures.
But fewer expenditures and fewer reimbursement. Yes, I understand.
Yeah.
I like the idea of Everett, what you said about their option school busing, because option school is interesting because people believe sometimes that wherever you live you get busing, and you really don't. There's like that magic donut they call it, of where you get busing for option schools. So if those were neighborhood school children, they would still get transportation per se. They would just be to their neighborhood school. So that doesn't necessarily, like you said, you admitted there might not be a cost savings there.
Correct.
But any kind of efficiency is great to investigate. Of course, with walk zone changes, I know we have a great school safety committee that investigates those.
Right.
Adjusting transportation service times for longer times. It's already, you said making it longer would be maybe more than an hour, because it's an hour right now, correct?
For secondary, yes.
Yes.
But most of our riders are elementary age kids.
Gotcha,
We don't,
And theirs is how long, you said?
45
45
minutes.
minutes, okay. So, and I think, depending on, that's obviously the school start time that kind of makes a difference in how feasible that is. 'Cause
Right.
when we were talking about the tiers, it was going to be like 5 in the morning wake up time.
Yeah.
But anyways, again, I'm open. I love the conversation we can have about this. And if and when we can get, or not if, but when we can get the estimates on that would be great.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Yes.
Quick follow-up question to Director Vera-Smith's question on the opt-in process. Is there a plan as part of that cost savings estimation strategy to survey existing transportation recipient families about, and if we do that, would we be asking about the implications of, what's more important, 2 tiers versus having transportation? Is that something that's
Thank you for
as
the
part of the
question.
analysis.
You know, we've been talking about how to research this and working with other districts who have had pilots. What we've heard from some districts is you opt in and you end up with a bit more Swiss cheese in the routes that you have. So people opt in, it doesn't reduce any buses, it lowers the ridership in the buses. So we're trying to figure out how to approach, how to get some feedback and how to model what that savings might be. To be perfectly honest, some of this will be balancing that we're looking at for the 23-24 year, and some of it will be balancing that we're looking for out years, just because of the implementation.
That was why I asked that question about, I think, if that's to happen, it needs to be, seems to me it would be important to be honest about the implications of not getting enough opt-outs. I mean,
And
like when you're boarding a plane with your luggage, or you're gonna have to, something's gonna be much more uncomfortable.
Yes.
Or you might perceive it as being uncomfortable. What's your perspective about that? Would you rather have 2 tiers, or would you rather, would you rather have the time, or would you rather have the convenience of the transportation?
So, thank you for having this conversation with us in this way at this time, rather than being alarmed to see it incorporated into some other information. My question really is, at this, do we have a timeline estimate of when we would need to narrow down on choosing something, or at what point, I guess what's the next step for this? Will you come back to us with more information? What do you need from us right now?
Our goal is to include them in an overall balancing package that's going to get introduced to the board in late January.
Oh, okay.
And so, because, as difficult as some of these things are, it's really, and we understand people, need them costed, but they also need to understand everything else.
Right.
I mean, these aren't just competing against each other, they're competing against every other choice that you have to make.
Yep.
So I think our goal was, just because transportation is such a big factor in our expenses that exceed state funding, is to let you know that it's going to be a significant, it was, for this year, when the, for the current school year, it was, again, transportation was called out as its own line item when there was a proposal around 3 tiers. And so I think we'll have a significant proposal around transportation, and we just wanted to be a little bit more transparent. Director Harris asked questions. So what are the kind of instructions the staff are getting to try to approach this balancing package? We wanted to give you insight into this one, again, at the conceptual level, just because it's going to be significant.
And the balancing package, you're talking about overall budget?
Yes.
Okay, so between now and January, what factors are going to be considered as you approach a chosen solution here to include in the balancing package? Because that, I know that January is January, we approve a final budget in July. Legislative session, we're not going to know really what changes might come out of legislative session until the end of April. So everything is we don't have a set it and forget it position until we're ready to approve the budget. No, but no. Okay, see now okay. So I know that was for me, and that's a struggle that I have and if we're talking about accepting neurodiversity, I really struggle.
Yes.
So
Understood.
And now I'm totally derailed.
Sorry.
And I share the issue with you.
So, Dr.
So
Jones,
between now and January, it's great that this is now saying, here, we have a problem. We have a problem we need to solve. Here are some ways it could be solved.
For sure.
Between now and January, what factors will be taken into consideration before the mean, like, I have opinions, but I guess what I want to say right now is that I know from having advocated very strongly and worked with the city to get the money to go to 2 tiers in the first place after the flipped bell times for later times for high school students, like, I feel like I've a pretty good idea of the different feelings around bell times, but also the different challenges. And what I just will say, what I know is important to community that has engaged on this topic is that later start time for adolescents is, and in terms of student outcomes, there's a lot of data to support that being a healthier, important thing to maintain is the later start times for adolescents. The challenge that created in 2016 was splitting elementary times on either side. And so you'd have some elementary schools start at 7:50 and some at 9:40, which is really late. But I guess the thing I'm wondering is, as you're honing in on, there's the financial analysis, there's the customer analysis of just like simply, do people have a preference? And then there's also the impact on student outcomes.
For sure.
And so I know that the reliability and being able to coordinate when you have multiple kids in the system and just kind of knowing that you can manage that schedule, whatever it might be, is really critical. Keeping that later start time for adolescents, I heard from educators and students and families, parents, about how important that has been. So I guess I'm just stating that I think that's a really strong value as we're navigating all this. And people hate change, but like the reality is this is a problem and it has to be solved. So my very specific question is, I want to because of last year and the way that this came forward and then didn't come forward, I had an amendment to decouple making a decision about a change of bell times from the transportation service standards. And I never had the opportunity to actually introduce that item. And so it was misconstrued in various places. The important thing that I want to reiterate here is that if there is a change in bell time, that we're very clear about how and when that decision is made, and that it's not tacked on to something else. The service standards are about who rides the bus.
Got it.
The bell times, I don't want those to get squished together again and lose track of, they're separate issues that deserve and need to be considered separately, even though they're interacting. So just as much clarity as we can get on how and when those decisions will actually be made, and what to expect coming from before the board and when. And then the other thing I wanted to ask is if there's any need based on if there's any policy level changes that should be looked at to provide better, stronger direction from the board as you're approaching this. That seems like something we should talk about sooner than later.
No, I appreciate that.
I apologize for the.
No, I gotcha.
The end of the day is.
It's a beautiful thing.
And I think it was just the way you delineated it. You talked about customer service impacts and other factors and student outcomes. I think we're putting student outcomes first, not just in transportation, but for everything. And that's why I think it's important to not have this be a standalone topic, but come in a comprehensive package, because if those other things don't add up to $7 million, and that's going to come out of some other program that may be more impactful to student outcomes. So we really just think it's important that this not be a standalone topic, even though it's a big one and it's big enough to talk about, how we're approaching it, because it's so much in one bucket, but it's really hard to make decisions.
Would it be fair to say then that whatever comes forward in January shouldn't be thought of, here's the package, but here's all the information together, and now we can all consider it together? Would that be fair to say?
Yes, and we're hoping for, some consolidated options, because there's going to be a lot in there. And
Yeah.
if every line item gets looked at, you'll be here for 100 years trying to figure it out.
Dr. Campbell, I just want to say thank you so much for getting up to speed on this. Based on my interactions with our building leaders, I'm not surprised that a former building leader could jump in and just quickly learn like this and sort it out. So thank you so much for your hard work on this. I think one of my kind of big feelings about this is that we've made so much progress on our reliability of our transportation, and I'm feeling a little nervous about having to rock that boat. But I thank interim deputy superintendent Podesta for giving us the context for why we're going to have to make these difficult changes. In terms of evaluating these options, I think it's important. Yes, we need to lay it all on the table and evaluate each one. I think what would be helpful would be trying to understand if there are any combination of ideas that we can put together to kind of get us closer to the $7 million target. And also, I know I don't want this to be strictly driven as a financial decision. I'd like to also understand the number of students that would be impacted with some of these options and which students.
Absolutely.
So I just want to make sure that that is a consideration as we're weighing our decisions. But thank you very much for this presentation and for having it right now.
Oh, absolutely. And thank you for that. That's why I added, we often talk about efficiency and some of these operational things, but again, efficiency by itself does not get to what we're talking about. It has to be effective, it has to have efficacy, it has to meet the needs of families and students and community, and that's really a critical part of it. So again, I just want to say these are all things that were mapped out previously 2 years ago in a presentation. I think it was the winter of 21. These are not new things, they're not unique. I didn't dream them all up, although the HC decentralization is one, and someone did ask, will that result in some more efficiency? Yeah, but if we do a year-over-year transition, it might actually result in the opposite. There might be a time when we have even more kids going opposite directions if they're rolling that up. So that's just something to think about. And what I will do, and so some of you asked as well, why the revolving door? Someone said it's like the Defense Against the Dark Arts teacher. I don't know if you know Harry Potter, but a transportation manager. It's a really complex position, and I think that it requires a level of technical ability and awareness, as well as a finesse and frankly understanding Seattle Public Schools, which is a journey in and of itself. And so I'm confident that we can find someone, and I would like to find someone. I love it, and I love the department, but it's also, it's a lot. And but I feel confident that a strong transportation director will be able to help do this work. I do have a project manager, as I said. What we're going to do is put together, again, in terms of thinking in terms of the core values that we have, so these things that you've talked about, making sure that we're giving rides to kids who need rides, making sure that we're supporting the community. And I already said, 3 bell times is not a transportation issue, it's a school issue, and I get that. And so we want to make sure that we're aware that it does have an impact on the schooling experience, but also aware that it's something that many, many school districts do. We're again a little singular in that we only run 2 tiers. But what we'll do is represent each one of these in terms of potential and our best analysis, the impact it would have. So it might be that one might only have 2 to 3 controls, and again, I think in that unit, just because that's works for the way I can see that model running, and it might be an aggregate of 5 plus another 5 that we haven't thought about yet that gets us to where we want to go. So again, as Fred said, overall, as responsible citizens, stewards, members of our community, we do have to look at some more efficiency in how we do our work without losing that effectiveness. And we all are also very aware of the need to not cut into other areas of service that we would have to pay for. Not that it's a 1-to-1 ratio, but we are part of a system. So we do have to do our part in the context of the larger budget conversation. So we will have that ready very soon, just not now, but we will do that analysis.
Because I could talk all night on this issue, as you might be surprised to know. So the next time we see the numbers on slide 20, the potential savings, who it would affect, unintended consequences, will be wrapped into a potential budget session, or will we get say, an ETA with a different slide deck? It has the big draft watermark on it, so that we have more information attached to these options.
I think we'd like to get a little further in the analysis before we lay out those milestones. I mean, some of these are going to come up just dry, and they're not really going to be worth the effort, and so the savings won't be there. We are approaching this part of a larger budget exercise. So if once we have those initial estimates of, we think there's a need for some interim input and explaining how we got there. Again, I think we want to see this in light. I mean, every member of Dr. Jones' cabinet is doing their own version of this right now.
I appreciate that.
Not many are at that scale. And so if it ends up that we're only end up in Dr. Jones' recommendation to the board, I think you'll just see it again laid out as part of the overall comprehensive package. If it's more complicated than that, we would devote dedicated time to this, but I think it's a disservice to have these floating in space where the board can say this is not something we're really very supportive of, without being known, okay, if we don't do this, what is the thing that's going to affect another department? I mean, I just think you need to see it all of a piece, would be our goal.
Okay, I just wanted to follow up with us. As I said earlier, I really appreciate the options, but I did want to, I was remiss to not say that as far as the 3-tier start time goes, I don't know the world in which that would go over well with families who were very taken by surprise last time about it, and we saw a lot of the issues with it came forward. I will say that there was, because I understand we never want to just say roll this out immediately, but again, like, that one was really disruptive. It was going to show to be disruptive. Part of that was also because there was an insistence that the tiers be an hour apart, which made the first tier really early and last tier really, really late. So I don't know if there's a way to shrink that down if you had to give us a bottle for this, because that, I think, was, I mean, it doesn't cure it, because you still have maybe a kid in one grade, another grade having 2 different start times, which is incredibly disruptive all over the place. But again, with the engagement, and that would take obviously a lot of engagement that we didn't have the first time. And as you do that, we need to do that before a decision is made, because usually we make a decision then engage on it, right? Which is not go over well, because the decision's been made. It's more of like, how do we make people feel like they're having engagement now? So if we are going to explore that one, I just really want to see that whoever's job it is, whether it's our boards or your guys' is on your part, that has to happen before we start really going down that path. Because then you don't got to take our word for it. You can hear directly from the families who will be most affected. Because again, these aren't just dollars. These are students are affected on different levels. And
again,
yeah.
I think we'll need to do that with a broad range of subjects, that we understand, some of these things might be difficult choices without knowing, well, if we don't do this, this is what's going to happen. I think we're going to have to, we are facing a very daunting challenge in balancing this budget, and I think engagement is going to be required on all of it. There aren't, I don't believe, a balanced budget is,
Yeah.
I mean, there are going to be many difficult choices, and it seems like you really just, you need to have the whole, you need to have all your cards in your hand. You can't just make a choice about one thing in isolation without knowing, well, we've taken this off the table, so that means we're going to have this impact on staffing in schools, for instance. I don't think you can do that in that order.
Yeah.
But yeah, and then you know, we also have a timeline that we are legally obligated to live within, and so our need for engagement is going to have to fit into that timeline and be prioritized. Which are the biggest issues that will be most impactful that we want to make sure we get the most feedback from our
Yeah.
constituents.
And we've given our direction to the superintendent regarding
Sure.
engagement, so I feel like that's out there. Because I know, like Director Reagan said, how can we help out with policy to make this clearer? And we've done so far, I think, that part, but obviously there might be more. But yeah, I put that in your guys' hands. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, fantastic. I'm sorry, directors, I cannot entertain any more questions at this point. So, with that being said, we will have more opportunities to talk about this, I promise. It's also almost 10 o'clock, so we will, do you have any final thoughts that you want to share?
I just want to share that last slide that comes after the thank you. It's the after the any questions slide. Has a lot more numbers on it. That was if you're really interested in digging into the formula. This is where I was going to have Linda Sebring here because she understands this better than I do. I think I understand most of it. But that's if you're really curious about the STARS formula. That I didn't intend.
Sure.
It's in it.
the slide deck.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it's after the question slide. I tacked it onto the end.
All right.
Yep.
Thank you so much, team. We really appreciate it.
Thanks,
and there
everybody.
being no further business before the board this evening, the meeting stands adjourned at 9:36 p.m.
I know, thank you. I know of at least one.